we hope will be just the first of many Muslim mental health conferences in the future. I'd like to start us off today by reciting a few verses in the Muslim holy book, the Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألم نشرح لك صدرك ورفعنا عنك وزرك ألم نشرح لك صدرك ووضعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنقض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإن مع العسر يسرا فإذا فرغت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب. Have we not uplifted your heart for you, and we removed from you your burden, which weighed so heavily on your back, and raised high for you your reputation? So surely, with hardship comes ease. Surely, with that hardship comes more ease. So once you have fulfilled your duty, strive in devotion, and to your Lord direct your longing. My name is Aisha Aslam. I am a local cardiologist at St. Joe's, transplanted here from Michigan a couple years ago, pre-COVID. I'm a board member of the Milwaukee Muslim Women's Coalition. You know, when I was in my medical training, I remember thinking how I didn't want to go into psychiatry because I didn't think I could emotionally carry the weight of all of my patients' mental health issues. What I didn't know was that I wouldn't be able to escape the topic of mental health so easily, because realistically, any relationship we form, patient or otherwise, is shaped by the state of our mental health. What ended up attracting me to cardiology and why I'm here today is because I learned that there's a direct connection between the heart and soul that we don't quite understand. People with heart attacks can succumb to depression, and people who go through a stressful event in life can end up with a form of heart failure called broken heart syndrome. We're all here today because we have likely had brushes with depression, anxiety, suicide, trauma, etc. Incidents and experiences that have opened our eyes to the importance of mental well-being in our lives and the lives of those we work with. Many of you are familiar with the great work that MMWC, the Milwaukee Muslim Women's Coalition, does in the community. From its domestic violence program, Our Peaceful Home for the immigrant refugee population, to its yearly Muslim Film Festival, which is coming up next month, to name a few. This mental health conference is just another reflection of the MMWC's continuous efforts to meet unmet needs in our community. To tell me more about it, I'd like to welcome up our fearless leader and the founder of the MMWC, Janan Najib. After I introduce her. Janan is the founding member and the current president of the Milwaukee Muslim Women's Coalition. She's been a spokeswoman for the Milwaukee Muslims community to media outlets, government officials, interfaith leaders, academic institutions, hospitals, and a wide range of community groups. A microbiologist by profession from UW-Milwaukee, Ms. Najib left her career because of the tremendous need to bridge the gap between the erroneous perception of Islam and Muslims in society and the actual beliefs and practices of the vast majority of the world's Muslims. Ms. Najib serves on many committees and community boards, as well as having been an adjunct professor at Cardinal Stretch University in Milwaukee, having taught the religious culture of Islam. In addition, she directs the Islamic Resource Center on the south side of Milwaukee. In 2015, she founded the Milwaukee Muslim Film Festival, and in 2016, she became the first Muslim in Wisconsin to open the floor of the state legislature with prayer. Janan Najib is the recipient of numerous awards and recognitions, including the International Institute of Wisconsin's World Citizen Award, the Wisconsin Community Fund's Grant of the Year Award, the Council on American-Islamic Relations National Award for Activism, ACLU's Special Recognition Award, as well as being named by Wisconsin Woman magazine as a leader making a difference. Ms. Najeeb is married and has 5 children. I'll look a little more up so that she can kick us off today.
Good morning, Assalamu alaikum, and welcome everyone. Thank you very much, Aisha. I told you no introductions, please. We're really honored to have all of you here today on a Saturday morning. We actually had to stop registration at the beginning of the week because we had so much interest in this conference, and we're thrilled with that. This is the first mental health conference that is being held about the Muslim community in Wisconsin, and we hope that this will eventually be an annual event. So we'd like to thank all of you for joining us today. I also want to thank all of the speakers. We have just a wonderful number of speakers that are coming from across the country. You're going to just be thrilled with their messages, and really they shine. They shine in the world of psychiatry, and they shine amongst the members of the Muslim community. They bring so much knowledge and commitment, particularly to the field of behavioral health. This mental health conference sort of fell in our lap, but we were so thrilled really to be involved with it. The Wisconsin Department of Health Services had reached out to us and invited us to apply for this particular grant, and they felt that it was time that a lot of the different minority communities be represented, and this had not been happening before. So we're very thrilled with their support and their confidence in us. Also, the Medical College of Wisconsin was right on board and eager to be part of this, and they approved the CME credit hours, and they said, well, if you're getting a grant for this program, we also are willing to provide the CME for no charge. So again, you know, we live in a wonderful community. A lot of people don't know the great things that are happening in Milwaukee and in Wisconsin, and we have a lot to be proud of. We also have a couple of other organizations that have helped us in different ways. Unite Wisconsin and the Muslim Mental Health Consortium in the Department of Psychiatry at Michigan State University. They host ongoing conferences about Muslim mental health, and they were eager to be part of this as well. So I don't want to take up a lot of time. This is, like I said, this is the first time we're doing this. We're hoping you will forgive any things that we've kind of forgot or missed along the way. At least you're going to have great breakfast and great lunch. So that's something to be happy about. Just a few housekeeping thoughts. We have our restrooms when you go out the door, are right to the left over there. We have a prayer room that when you go out and you just walk a few doors down, it will also be to the left. And if you have any questions, we have the wonderful members of the staff and some of the board members of the Milwaukee Muslim Women's Coalition ready to help you and to assist you. So thank you again for coming, and I think we are waiting for, is Dr. Ninowy here? Okay, wonderful. So we do have our first speaker, and I'm going to invite Aisha to come back up and introduce him. Thank you again for joining us.
So one thing I've learned as I've traveled the world a little is how every culture finds different ways of coping with life stressors. And every community treats those with more significant mental health needs in different ways. In faith-based communities where life events are often connected to the actions of some higher power, it makes sense that people would first look to their faith as a means of understanding mental health ailments. This can sometimes be difficult to appreciate in societies that have had historical conflicts between the establishment of church and faith, or church and state. But faith, when understood correctly, can oftentimes come equipped with the means for treating mental health needs. A testament to this are the social science studies suggesting that religious people who live in situations where religiosity is valued tend to live longer than those that are not part of a faith-based community. To speak to us more on this topic, I'd like to welcome Sheikh Al-Ninowy, the founder and director of Medina Institute, which is an international Islamic seminary based in Atlanta, Georgia, with satellite campuses around the world. Dr. Ninowy is a scholar of the Islamic sciences with a background in microbiology from the University of Illinois and a degree in medicine. Among his works, he is the author of The Book of Love, which addresses the spiritual components of Islam and religion in general, with a focus on depoliticizing them. He also founded the Medina Institute Center for Nonviolence and Peace Studies, and has been a pioneer on a grassroots level focused on bringing back compassion, love, and nonviolence as a central theme of religion. Without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Ninowy as he enlightens us on the role that mental health plays in Islam and the lives of Muslims.
Good morning, y'all. Sorry about that. I flew last night from Georgia. And you know when they say 3 is a charm, so a flight was delayed a few hours. And then I got to the car rental, which I'm a preferred member with Davis and a gold member with Hertz. I prepaid like a month before. But it wasn't there. So I had to wait a couple hours. And then when I got to the hotel, it was also prepaid. She said, but we canceled your reservation. I'm like, okay, what else can go wrong today? But nevertheless, I had a couple hours of sleep, so shall we? God help y'all. Well, it's a pleasure to be with you all today this morning. We'll try to do what we can, given the circumstances. I'll go over a few points from a faith perspective that may empower us, empower people in the practicing field to understand their patients better, where they come from, or even better yet, help guide them without embracing that particular point in faith, for example. And that's the point sometimes, right? So, Islam and medicine. We've had a healthy relationship, to be honest with you, in the Islam medicine. Obviously, many of you may know that Muslims recognize Jesus to be a prophet of God, just like Muhammad, just like Moses, just like Noah, just like Abraham. They revere them all. The only point is they don't believe he's the son of God, but they believe he's the revered messenger of God. And they consider him to be among the first physicians on this earth. Well, he did give healing, didn't he? Well, that's what physicians ought to do. All right, so prophets after him also sort of followed suit. And we have a prophetic instruction, Tadaw ibadallah, which means seek healing through medicine. Straight prophetic instruction. And that's a very good basis for everyone to sort of tell the patients, tell people, you ought to seek medicine, you ought to seek science, and you ought to seek healing through that which is provided. Now, we all know the epistemology of science. I mean, people... Science can prove things that exist if they are matter, if they are light, if they are energy. Obviously, God is not going to be with that because God is not light, energy, or matter. God does matter. Does matter, does energy, does light. So there's that epistemology. You're going to have that with patients, with people in general. But people with belief in the creator of all have long fascinated and confounded scientists at the linkage of profound religious faith to beneficial, scientifically uncontested practices like mindfulness, cognitive behavioral therapy. That's there. It's undeniable. So we can actually use that and rely on it, and let's see what we can do with it, irrespective of what we believe on a personal basis. General Islamic principles or emphasis was Islam's teachings have addressed issues specific, not just general, to specific general well-being such as happiness, life satisfaction, that was very important, purpose and meaning in life, hope and optimism. In fact, the Quran quotes hopelessness to equal faithlessness. And that's very profound. Which means specifically, hopelessness equals faithlessness. You cannot have faith if you have no hope. So that's very profound, and obviously we can build on that. Better adaptation to bereavement through the rituals. We'll talk about that, let's say, in different bereavements. Greater social support and less loneliness, obviously, because there's a community. It's not just about me, myself, and I. It's more than we, rather than the me. Higher self-esteem, lower rates of depression, emphasized on that stuff. Faster recovery from depression, lower rates of alcohol and drug abuse, obviously because the faith considers alcohol and drugs as vices, since they're not. You ought not to touch them. Less anxiety, obviously talks about tranquility, spiritual present or mindfulness. And we can translate it into less psychosis through psychotic tendencies, lower rates of suicide, because the faith specifically speaks about suicide as a terrible practice, a horrible thing that you should do, you should not do it, etc., etc. Fewer positive attitudes through, obviously, suicide. We can build on that. Less delinquency in criminal activity, greater marital stability and satisfaction. All these things are specifically addressed. We're not going to all address them all, but that's a basis that we can talk about. We can go to some specifics. All right, some of the narratives that allegedly God said, I am, which means I am with the brokenhearted. Right? The Lord is with the brokenhearted. And that's something, And that's something we can, from a, let's say, faith and medicine perspective, I think we can appreciate, and we can tell the patient that they're not alone anymore. And they never have been. Spirituality is very serious now, and palliative care, you all know that. The concept of pain has already expanded now to the concept of total pain, right? You all know now, we're not just talking about now physical pain, we're talking about psychological pain, we're talking about social pain, and we're also talking about spiritual pain. Right? So, sort of we can munch in right away with that concept now that's there in palliative care and that offers a lot to the community. Islamic mental outlook, again, I'm going through some generality here, but attitudes and expectations of life. Right? One of the things that I just mentioned, the issue of hopelessness. Hopelessness is a powerful risk factor for a heart attack and even cancer, increasing the death rate 2 to 3-fold even in healthy individuals after eliminating all the usual medical risk factors. All right? So that means a materialistic worldview that sees a universe as ultimately bleak and impersonal evokes a different cognitive appraisal of events than a world in which there is love, compassion, and a higher purpose. One that offers hope, comfort, even in the worst of circumstances. And that's the beauty. We see that the Quran, for example, speaks about Moses in the most difficult times when Pharaoh was chasing them out of Egypt, and then there's the seas in front of them. And the Quran specifically says, all right, well, we're done now, we're caught up, it's over, they're going to just get us. And over and over, you all know the stories, biblical stories, Old Testament stories. When there's absolutely no hope, faith somehow manages to evoke that hope, and hope is generated. And where there are no doors, doors are created, not just are open. So I think that's very important. As an outlook of hopefulness, I think that's very important there with health, with the mental health. Now, emphasis on positive health behaviors, and when we understand that, we can help our Muslim patients, let's say, to, hey, it's not just medicine, it's also your faith. You know, you're practicing Muslim, and not everyone is practicing, y'all. It's not one. All right, a lot of people believe things, but belief and practice, orthodoxy and orthopraxy are two different things, right? And even in medicine. All right, that's true. All right, and practicing Muslims associated supposedly with a reduction in risky health behaviors, such as problem drinking. All right, drugs. They're all you're not supposed to. It's illegal. It's against the instruction of faith to drink, to have drugs. Smoking as well. Sorry, smokers. Overindulging in food, even that. All right, overindulgence in anything, promiscuous sexual behavior. All that is an emphasis on positive health behavior in general. Furthermore, devotion to faith is associated with improved compliance with medication. And you all know, a lot of times, one of the big things is non-compliance. So, hey, we tell the patient, look, even your faith tells you ought to comply. Seek healing through medicine, remember? And compliance is very important. It's not just for medical benefits, it's actually spiritually spiritually better for you to do so. You are actually following the instructions of the Creator of all. Healing is from Him, but that's the cause and effect that He created that He asked you to follow. Enhance social relationships as well. And Islam obviously emphasizes positive social engagement, continuously striving towards a greater marital and family stability. Family is very important to Muslims, in Muslim scripture at least, right? As a nucleus, building the family and supporting, loving the family. This very emphasis has been suggested in Islamic religious texts, obviously, to dramatically reduce the risk of early death. Now, you can say, wait a minute. We don't have any studies that say if you really are, good with your family, then you'll increase your lifespan, or you'll avoid the risk, or you'll reduce the risk of early death. But I've seen some suggestive studies. Faith says that, so if you believe, look, being good to your parents, being good to your spouse, being good to your kids, that actually may have an effect on improving your quality of life and even reducing the risk of early death. And we have explicit religious texts in that, which again, we're waiting to see if the epistemology of science will help us with that or not. Psychoneuroimmunology. It's a great advancing field nowadays, and obviously taking more space, exploring the complex interactions between a person's mental state, their brain, and their immune system, mediated obviously by a range of mechanisms, including stress hormones such as cortisol. It's linked emotional stress to the development of, let's say, common cold, or high rates of infectious diseases, etc. So we can understand that, all of us, I think. And I give you an example, for example, how that helps. For example, the station of gratitude, which is the first station in the Quran, in the book of Muslims. The very first station, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah, right? Gratitude. Gratitude to the Creator of all. Gratitude to everything and everyone around you. Gratitude to the trees even. Gratitude to air. Gratitude. You inhale love and exhale gratitude in simple words, right? That's the first station as a person of faith. Well, the point of gratitude is not simply theoretical, it's transformative. By expressing gratitude from the heart on the tongue, you immediately shift the focus from a few things that are going wrong in your life to the overwhelming things that are going right. And you shift the focus from the way that things are going wrong to the ways things are going wrong to the ways things are going right. So it's important also with patients with mental health to shift them not just towards theoretical hope, but actual things that are going right. And you all know that a lot of things are going actually right more than things are going wrong anyway. So we've got a lot to thank for it. We'll have to count our lessons, though we really can't count them. Another thing that Islam focuses on is the concept of we versus me. And I put that we with bold because we sort of looks up and me looks down, which is nice. Because me is going down. We, it gives us a sense that, number one, God and community are with you. You're not alone. Your Creator and the community are with you. And the Quran specifically also in the very first chapter says, Iyyaka na'bud, which means you, O Creator of all, we worship. As it's sort of instructive to the person of faith that you by yourself, you're great and you're awesome, but your awesomeness is also being part of a whole. And we worship. So the one who does less and the one who does more, you know what? They all carry each other, and eventually we are the one that worship you. And you, we see, not I see. So it uses the term we versus me or I, and that's very important. That's directing the person of faith. Look, it's all about us, right? We may be different colors, different backgrounds, different races, different ethnicities, different languages, different cultures. At the end of the day, we are one people. We. In the Constitution, we say what? We. All right. So the we versus me connects you with God and community, connects with the Creator of all, initiates social connections with other members of the community, and with community from an Islamic perspective, I actually mean all humanity, in fact, all creation, because all creation are part of the community of creation. So it's not just specific to a faith system. Obviously, they're closer and closer, but communities everywhere. Creates a sense of, that means you can go out and hug a tree if you all like. That's part of your community. Absolutely. Right? And we have actually religious texts where the Prophet himself went and the tree hugged him, let's say. Explicitly authentic, specific, religious, believe it or not, religious texts. Yeah. All right? So, it's a religious practice. Why not? That social connection with the wider community is extremely helpful. Again, creates a sense of belonging. You're not alone, nor did you just happen to come from nowhere. From a religious perspective, your first father is Adam, and then your also father is Noah, your father is Abraham, your father is Jesus, Moses, Muhammad. The family of prophets and reformers that have been on this earth since the beginning of everything, y'all are part of that. Y'all are not just from nowhere. You have a belonging, and you have love there that has been passed on to you before you were even born. There's no shortage of love out there before you were even born. The only shortage is our willingness to tap into it. All right, so that's important as well. It offers trustworthy and safe social engagement. All right, well, that's very important. Are meant to actually mitigate negative impact from such calamities or hardships. So the rituals are actually helpful. And it's important, you all know in medicine, I mean, whatever the faith system of your patient, you tell them, look, I encourage you to practice positively, all that stuff, and blah, 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 blah. And that's very important because it helps, right? So it's like sort of two hands. It provides structure, rituals and teachings provide structure, regularity, and predictability. So we have common grounds with the patients, right? It's a predictable approach, it's a predictable milestones also. It permits time to rest, right? Faith system tells you don't have to pray all the time, right? All right, Islam, let's say, tells you you ought to pray 5 times a day, not the whole day. You gotta work, like the prophetic instructions. Your family has right upon you, your friends have rights upon you, your body has rights upon you, your heart has rights upon you, etc., etc. So time management, and there's time for rest, there's time for tranquility, there's time for reflection, etc., etc. Right? Holidays, all that stuff, religious holidays, special times of the year. All these things are psychological buffer zones as well, to sort of neutralize things and have a fresh start. Rituals and teachings offer guidelines to live by. Let's say such as what? Well, you know, the importance of positive contribution and doing good. It's very important as a person of faith. For example, the Prophet tells us in an authentic narrative that you don't have the option not to positively contribute. If you have nothing to contribute back, meaning wealth, skills, anything, then your mere smile in the face of your fellow human being is an act of charity. Right? It's like the Maticus muscle is going. It means you really cannot not give. It's not an option. You live, you give. Even if it's a smile. You have nothing to give? No time? No skills? No knowledge? No money? Great. Smile. That's a giving. That's charity. All right. So, you get out of that because, again, Islam teaches us that the more you give, the more you live. The longer you give, the more you live. And giving is living, and living is giving. All right, so it brings also, it imparts all that positivity to the person who's doing it, first and foremost. Emphasizes the rituals of faith, emphasize compassion, love, forgiveness, courage, right? You got to muster courage if you're a person of faith. That's what faith is all about. And that helps, obviously, overcoming serious medical conditions as well and coping with them. Courage. All right? Fear kills people. Right? Sometimes hospital does. I gotta make a choice. Which one kills first? All right. Gratitude, we talked about that. You all know. Does that come conveniently, so? Oh, boy, this, look. Hey. I was very grateful for all the three things that went wrong last night. I have to think about this. Look, you got to either upset or you got to be grateful. I'm so grateful everything went wrong last night. Hey, I mean, y'all have one chance to do it. All right, presents life lessons, even from challenging situations. When the faith system speaks to us about, let's say, Adam, Noah, Moses, Jesus, Joseph, Muhammad, all of them, they're presenting life lessons. This is a lab of life. These are your sort of reference values of society. Irrespective of what you believe, irrespective of what your faith system is, the stories that are mentioned in the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Quran are pretty much more or less the same. It's a laboratory of life, offering life lessons and sort of reference values in social human behavior, to say the least. We can benefit from that. All right, healthy faith practices for the body and mind, obviously enhancing a person's sense of self. Faith ought to enhance a person's sense of self. And self-empowerment through recognizing that God enabled you, if you believe in God obviously, that God enabled you to make a choice, and that's the most important thing. You actually can make a choice right now. You can choose, I'm going to have a great day, I'm going to be good, I'm going to do the right thing today. When I have a choice between love and hate, hate is never going to be a choice. When I have a choice between doing good and doing nothing is never going to be a choice. All right? Well, that's an empowerment. That's a very powerful thing. Choice is a great thing, and it's the greatest thing that we've been enabled with. All right? So that gives you that dignity. It affords every human being dignity and the self-worth and the sense of self-empowerment to be able to do things. All right? Whether right or wrong, obviously, the right thing is to do the right thing. Focuses on an individual's connection with the Creator of all, and then that they're always in His presence. Mindfulness, present with the Creator, whether they recognize it or not. Those who believe in the Creator of all, they realize that the Creator is all-seeing, all-knowing, with you everywhere. And that sort of being present in the moment, being present, makes you, first of all, realize that you're never alone. You're not weak. While you're spanning your destiny, you're also authoring it, sort of. And it gives you also a sense of empowerment as well, and that connection. Also, faith practices for the mind and body emphasizes in Islam the radical equity of all human beings before their creator, eliminating any prejudice. Like I said, we may be different colors, different backgrounds, different ethnicities, creeds, cultures, whatever you all want to call it. At the end of the day, we are one people. That's what it is. So, and that's healthy, all right, obviously. Points to meaningful life philosophy, right? We talked about that, connected to nature, animals, other human beings, which leads to unity with surroundings, and that's very important also for mental health patients. There's a unity with surroundings, all right? Promotes expression in any form, such as extra worship, charity, poetry, chanting, music, and arts. Expression of love, expression of devotion. And that's also important, and I think the reason I'm mentioning that is so we can encourage our patients, let's say, or we can encourage people that are going through some mental health issues. Hey, extra worship, extra charity, right? We have a specific, let's say, prophetic instructions that say, seek healing through charity. Right? You have mental, health issues, health challenges, great. Charity is one way to heal as well. Medicine, yeah. Charity. What? Giving people? Yeah. Remember, give, live? Well, that's what it is. All right, poetry, chanting, music, and arts, all that helps. And all that is important and was emphasized in one way or another. We come to the issue of mindfulness real quick. And that's very important in Islam. We call it dhikr, which in Arabic, which is sort of meditation or mindfulness, self-reflection. We call it muraqabah, right? Meditation and prayer, such as prayers that repeat a particular phrase, for example, stimulate, according to many studies, areas of the brain involved in regulating emotional responses, including the frontal lobe. The limbic system is in action, right? The temporal lobe and the frontal lobe, all that stuff, and that's very important. I've heard about some MRI studies comparing praying to speaking to a very close friend, sort of some things. But anyway, let's not go into all that stuff. Increasing the activities of these areas in the brain where, regulating that positive emotional response may bring wider effect to help people to be less reactionary, let's say, more calm and able to deal better with stressors, right? So mindfulness or meditation is very important, and Islam tells us you ought to do it at least 5 times a day. All right? And, what do you mean 5 times a day? Well, 3 minutes. Let's say the prayer. 3 minutes. 3 minutes of absolute sort of meditation and self-reflection and stillness, mindfulness. 5 times a day. All right? Well, oftentimes, do people do that all the time? Surely no, even those who practice, because you all know how we live. I mean, when we go to sleep, we sleep out of exhaustion, not because we're trying to really take it easy and wind down. We're just exhausted and we're crashing, like what happened last night at 5 a.m. And that's why you're all hearing me talk like this. So, I'm sorry for you, Sister Jan, I really apologize for this. Believes, like love and compassion, or experiencing the presence of God, may become integrated into the way the brain works. Love, compassion, very important. So that more certain neural connections in the brain are used, stronger they become, more we come back to these positive feelings. Again, less stress, anxiety, less stress hormones are produced. That's important. Downside of some religiosity. I thought I was going to just talk positive about everything. If instead of promoting love and compassion, the preacher, let's say, promotes hate and practices othering. You know them? You know what them? Right? These negative beliefs would also become part of the way the brain works. In theory, this would turn on areas of the brain involved in thinking about hate and could increase stress and stimulate the release of more stress hormones. So maybe in the medical field, maybe we can sort of, hey, if we see the patient is going about othering or hate or prejudice, we say, hey, this doesn't help you medically speaking, it doesn't even help you religiously, I think, etc. Whatever it is that we can do, but there's a downside for that. So, again, I don't know if we can wear both hats at the same time. We probably can't, and we have to observe medical ethics and all that stuff. But it's important to realize that there's a negative side for some religiosity, if you want to call it that way. In addition, if people believe that a health condition, such as addiction, let's say, is a punishment from God, right? Or what's happening to me, hey, because I've been bad, so you know what? I deserve the punishment. Well, they may be less likely to seek treatment, first of all, to comply, or to even have any hope in that. When people believe that God has abandoned them, or when they question God's love for them, they tend to experience greater emotional distress and even face an increased risk of earlier death. And from an Islamic perspective, God is Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, which is basically the unconditionally compassionate, the unconditionally loving. And again, we've spoken about faith, hopelessness equals faithlessness. So there's really no space for that kind of negativity whatsoever. But, again, maybe religious folks emphasize that in the medical field. They may not know, hey, what's the background of that, of this Muslim person, or what does he really believe? But that's what we really believe. That's what's there in the books and the scriptures. Let's talk about some cultural stuff and other things. Quote unquote, black magic, possession, and sorcery. You will find the first two, black magic and possession, is rather common, but not also overwhelmingly common, but common, and that also has to do with some cultures. Not all. You all know that Muslims are not one ethnicity, right? Muslims could be. There are countries in Europe that are entirely Muslim. Well, entirely meaning majority, 90%, such as Albania, such as Kosovo. Bosnia has a majority probably Muslim, maybe or so. Other places in Europe as well. You've got Asian Muslims, you've got African Muslims, you've got Middle Eastern Muslims. So it's not really one ethnicity and one culture. It's actually very diverse. And you all know that religion does not exist in a vacuum. People bring their cultures into it. And what that means is, let's say, Southern Baptism that's practiced in my home state, Georgia, is not like some Christian worker on the hills of let's say, the mountains of Ethiopia. They don't see Christianity the same way. Everyone sees, there's a culture involved in that, right? It's not the same thing. And we always bring these things and we cloak them with religious rhetoric, but it's a lot of culture to be exact. And because religion does not grow in vacuum, it grows with the people. And people bring things into it and eventually think it's religion, or they make it to be religion. So whatever it is. So you'll see with some Muslims, you'll see they may be speaking about quote unquote black magic rather than white magic. Well, it goes into the old ways, right? Black magic is supposed to be good, black magic is supposed to be bad, or one is harmless, one is harmful, etc. Then some people will also talk about possession. That's still present in the community. Not common, but it's there. Exorcism is not really common in American Muslims. While it is present in some Muslim majority societies until today. Unfortunately, I actually heard about a death in Egypt with a 23-year-old woman just about 2 weeks ago. Exorcism, right? So it's rare, but it's there. And obviously, it's part of a cultural mythology, not religion. We don't have that in the religious text. We don't have that in the Quran at all. We don't have that in the authentic prophetic narratives. We just don't have that. Well, how did Muslims get it? From their fellow Christian brothers and sisters and their fellow Jewish brothers and sisters and maybe other brothers and sisters in humanity that were doing that? Yeah, I mean, we all learn from each other after all, right? It's sort of osmosis of information and passive diffusion too, sometimes active. You have to pay ATV for Other than that, usually it's just what it is. I mean, we learn from each other as cultures. And today, you all know we consume cultures. I mean, we don't consume products. You all don't consume just iPhones. And we consume ideas and cultures, including religion. It's produced and it's consumed. Right? That's not getting messy. So it's culture and mythology. It occupies an important place in some religions, and not Islamic texts, but maybe Muslims. Right? So I'm differentiating here, and definitely some cultures without doubt. The Catholic Church in the United States has 10 exorcists, obviously, I've heard, and even Mother Teresa underwent exorcism at the direction of the Archbishop of Calcutta, India. So, Islam, while casually mentioned magic and possibly mentioned possession, I really don't believe that Islam mentioned possession at all. But some people want to argue, Islam mentioned the word mas. In the Arabic language of the Quran, mas means touch, not possession. There's a difference between touching and possessing. Islam is emphatic about no one controls you but God and what He enabled you to do. And the whole point of whatever devil, Satan, all that stuff is that you listen to your lower self calls rather than your higher self call. But no one has power, even your lower self or anything or whatever it is, no one has power over you. All right? So, but anyway, so some people do believe that there's possession, so I put that just for that. Though text, from a theological perspective, textually speaking, there is no such thing. Does not put any emphasis on black magic, possession, or exorcism, obviously, while acknowledging other spirits in existence, meaning Muslims do believe in aliens, sorry. We believe in alien presence, y'all, which means there are other creations, other things. We believe that the whole universe is sentient. The whole universe. And that includes what we think empty outer space, for example. It's sentient. It's a living creation. It's not, there's nothing dead here. The only dead thing is when we don't see it actually. But everything everything is sentient, everything is living. Even what we call in biology non-living things, they're living. Everything's living. All right? Everything's part of life. So that means, do they have, it's a sentient being now, does it have a soul or not? That's another theological issue. But we live in a living world. We're part of a living universe. Whether you call the expansion of the universe, the contraction of the universe, that's a sign of living. We live in a universe. That's living. Straightforward. And everything in it is living. And everything in it is recording. The whole thing is there. All right? It's just, so, are there other things? Yes, there are. They're living. Now, are they like, these kind of aliens that come in science fiction? Not necessarily. The point is there are other living things. No Quranic text ever spoke about in absolute certainty that demons walk around us or occasionally take control of us. So patients may come and tell you that, but really the Quran did not say that. So sometimes, if that's really creating a negative impact on that patient, we can say, hey, have you really looked at in your source of religion, or you've heard it from here and there? It could be culture and mythology, not a matter of faith. Don't put emphasis on that. All right? Just some tools maybe that we can use. People have witnessed, though, you all know that other people to apparently be demonically possessed. The diagnostic and obviously DSM does not recognize demonic possession as a psychiatric issue. So there. And with this, you sort of have the Quranic text to also back you up on that. It does not recognize possession by demons, for example. It recognizes touch and interference of let's say, I don't know, you want to say aura, you want to say, but everyone's got that sort of electric thing around them, or aura around them, or magnetic field, whatever you want to call it. And sometimes there could be a touch, but that touch is not possession, nor will it take control. It will cause a little disturbance there in the electricity of things if you're coming for granted. There's little doubt, however, about the influence of issues that are recognized by the DSM, and no one questions the power of suggestion. All right, what causes the appearance of possession? Historically, exorcism have been used to treat a wide variety of symptoms that are now associated with mental health issues. People with schizophrenia, personality issues, delusions, hallucinations, or severe depression might have all been considered candidates for exorcism in generations past. It's normal. Schizophrenia, okay. Take him to the exorcist. Let's get that. Right? No other thing. Each of these issues can, in some cases, cause unusual or frightening behavior. In a culture where many believe certain behaviors may be caused by demonic possession, the manifestation of mental health issues may conform to popular mythology. And this is strictly cultural, again, more than religious, as the Quran and the prophetic teachings do not offer any such endorsement, Islamically speaking, from a theological perspective. A person with schizophrenia might, for example, believe that he or she hears the voice of Satan, or that he or she is in fact Satan, because he or she grew up amid culturally ingrained messages that this is possible, not because the faith endorses them. The faith does not endorse them. All right. Even in contemporary times, people with mental issues may become subject to exorcisms. Like I said, just a recognition of a case just a couple of weeks ago, unfortunately, that ended in the mortality of the young woman, particularly in devoutly religious communities and developing countries. Epilepsy, which can cause severe seizures, may lead to exorcism being performed. Substance abuse, head injuries, and brain tumors can also dramatically alter behavior, leading someone to appear possessed. All right, what happens during exorcism? Real quick, I'm almost done. Again, I said it's not common among American Muslims exorcism, so you won't really find that. I know it's out there in movies, but in real life you will not find people. Though I have been in one here in the United States, but I've seen it just to be a witness of what's going on. But it's not really common. Black magic is more common, and possession is more common than actual exorcism. So, well, exorcism tends to follow a predictable path. The apparent victim of possession's behavior becomes increasingly erratic, perhaps even violent, until the exorcist casts the demonic spirit out. Possessed people may speak in tongues, vomit, become violently ill or harm themselves or others. And while these behaviors may seem shocking, they can be easily explained from a medical perspective today, from a psychiatric perspective. Mental health can cause strange behaviors. People tend to conform to expectations. This means a person experiencing an exorcism is more likely to act in ways he or she has heard of others behaving during exorcism, or read about it, or seen a movie, etc., etc. Exorcisms sometimes involve the use of potions, drugs, or fasting, each of which can induce violent illness or strange behavior. Starvation can affect brain functions, and the stress of an exorcism may radically alter behavior as well. So all these things are there, and again, people see things that they project them. They make it maybe a movie or whatever. Some exorcism advocates insist that exorcism works, and it may very well be. People undergoing exorcism may enter hypnotic trances, as you all know, during which they may be much more suggestible, which means their behavior again may later change. So, exorcism as abuse. Sure, every person has a right to practice their faith system, whatever their religious belief is. Exorcism sometimes becomes a form of abuse. And some mental health experts are concerned that they may replace competent psychiatric treatment for people with mental health issues. And that happens a lot. I've seen that personally, where people need the immediate medical attention, and they just come to the clergy. And they're convinced that it's something, demonic spirit, and they refuse to go to psychiatric help, whether it's because of the cultural stigma that's associated with that, or etc., or their deep conviction that it is not really psychiatric, it's not really hellish. They could not have that. It couldn't happen to them. Over the past decade, several people have died, and I've mentioned that to you. There's also cases here in the U.S. With that. The issue of black magic, real quick, again, the origins of black magic can be traced to the primitive ritualistic worship of spirits. And that's the kind of magic that we're talking about. The rituals that developed into modern black magic were designed to invoke those same spirits to produce beneficial outcomes for the practitioner. Now, there are different forms of that in the past and in modern black magic. And Islam recognized magic, not called it black or white or yellow or red or anything. Recognized that without necessarily giving it control of possession over the person, but recognized a possible disturbance, transient disturbance, possibly. So what the Quran and the prophetic instructions gave us is chapters in the very Quran that are recited to protect against all evil, including magic and evil spirits, if we're going to call it that way. Though, I mean, you know, we can question the issue of spirits being evil or not, radically speaking. Recital of such verses, the Islam emphasizes, eliminates such threats of all evil from a spiritual perspective. And this ought to provide an opening to medical diagnosis and treatment, because we can tell the patient, look, your faith tells you, you read these things, you go through the notion. It's really simple, 1, 2, 3, and that ought to really sort of boost your spiritual immune system. And that's how we eliminate, and it's a differential diagnosis, if you can say, we eliminate the spiritual aspect. Now let's see what medicine says about what you have. All right, I think I'll stop here, and thank you so much.
And now, to lead us in some discussion, I'd like to invite Dr. Omar Reda. Omar Reda is a psychiatrist with training from the University of Tennessee and a specialization in refugee and global mental health. He's the founder of Project Untangled, a program that seeks to facilitate healing amongst refugee youth and families impacted by trauma. We'll be hearing more from Dr. Reda later during our panel on trauma and refugee families. So without further ado. We can open up the question and answer as well here.
Assalamu alaikum. Well, mashallah, for being sleep deprived, you did such an amazing job.
It's your good reception.
So I just wanted to spend maybe a few minutes to go over very beautiful statements that you made, and I ask you to maybe expand on them. So the first one, you said that it's a prophetic tradition to seek healing. You say tadawu, seek healing. So how come sometimes people, when it comes to mental health, there's lots of stigma? As a psychiatrist, I see Muslims usually very late in their suffering, and it's very difficult to get people to seek a prevention rather than intervention. How can we tackle stigma in the Muslim community?
That's a very good question. I think the shortest answer to this is education, and alerting them to the prophetic example of dealing with such things. We have a prophetic example in Hadith Bukhari, Sayyidina Umar, for example, about someone, one of the prophetic companions, who had problem drinking. Abdullah, right? As a prophetic companion, his name was Abdullah. They used to nickname him Donkey. And maybe because he was patient, look at the good things. Maybe he was patient, he did not complain about things, he did his work all the time, etc. Whatever it is. This man had problem drinking. So one of the companions, while they're sort of bringing him, one of the prophetic companions says, you know, you're getting curse upon you. You're doing it, right? You keep drinking like that. You've got a serious problem, and that's going to bring a curse on you. The Prophet ﷺ stood and said, do not curse him. Do not, he instructed us not to identify the problem, but identify a possible reformative or reforming path. He says he loves Allah and His Rasul. He loves God and he loves the Messenger. He loves good. And what the Prophet wants to tell us from this is that activate the love that you have in you, that would lead you to actually reform and be better. Love is the answer. So I think with the Muslim community, just like any religious community or any community entirely, we oftentimes look at the glass half full. We need to recognize that there may be a problem, but we don't have to reduce the human being to the problem they have. The human being is much bigger than the problem they have, like the Prophet's example here. He did not reduce the human being, oh, well, you've got problem drinking. You know what? You've got issues. That's what he's saying. You all say that too? You got issues? Well, he could have told them, well, you've got issues here. But that's not what he said. He said you have love of God and His Messenger. You have love of good in you. Which means what? Let that be active and let it heal you. So I think we need to get back to the issue, to sort of constructive work rather than destructive reform.
Thank you very much. I mean, it looks like maybe people like you who have a background as an imam, at the same time you have knowledge, mashallah, in the deen, like you can talk about psychology, you can talk about religion. So the community, hopefully, with people like you can get more education. One thing that you said is no hope equals no faith. Like hopelessness means that no faith. How can I deliver this message to somebody who is maybe severely depressed, who was going through despair? Because if I say you have a weak faith, it might add to their depression.
I think, again, maybe rather than pointing out the weakness, we ought to point out the potential, like in the prophetic example I just mentioned. Because let's say when Musa alayhi salam, when he arrived, when Pharaoh and his soldiers were chasing them from out of Egypt and they arrived at the sea, Pharaoh's companions, as the Quran says, قالوا إننا مدركون. We're done, it's over. كلا. No way. Inna ma'i Rabbi sayyidin. No way. I believe in God and God will always provide me a way out. So instead of saying, hey, you're done and you're surrounded, it's over, there's no way out, well, the mere belief in God ought to say, no, there is a way out, and there will be a way out, and there always will be.
Thank you. And then you mentioned briefly maybe that suicide is something that's highly discouraged and seen as a terrible thing in Islam. So in Surah An-Nisa, like in the chapter of the Quran, Allah talked about homicide, and then very shortly after He talked about suicide. When He mentioned homicide, it was a very gross description. He said, جزاؤه جهنم خالدا فيها غضب الله عليه لعنه وأعد له عذابا عظيما. So Allah is very angry at somebody who commits homicide, who kills people. But when He mentioned suicide, He said, لا تقتلوا أنفسكم إن الله كان بكم رحيما. He said, don't kill yourself. God is very merciful. So his talking about suicide, he was very lenient, very graceful, very gentle, because he knew people don't go through suicidal thoughts unless they are very desperate. Can you expand a little bit about that?
First of all, I can't see characterize, I will say God always, in the Quran at least, showed us, manifested Himself through love or no love. Inna Allah yuhib, inna Allah la yuhib. Allah loves, God does not love. And with that, the point is, if I'm giving you options, look, either love or no love. What's the common word that you ought to be looking for? God's love. All right? So I think in both situations here, obviously, harming others, thou shalt do no harm, and harming self. Islam spoke about, or the prophetic hadith, or even this ayah, another ayah also, where people killed, let's say, their family members or so, etc., out of fear or whatever it is. The Quran does not want us to kill, because there is one thing in the Quran that's a red line, which is blood. You can't touch that. It's sacrosanct. All beings are sacred to him. And wants to say that do not actually throw yourself in harm's way. Do not go commit transgressions against yourself. The reason you're having suicidal thoughts is because you're hopeless from His grace. But you're mistaken. His grace is abundant and available. So I think it's a redirection rather than sort of anger. It's sort of trying to educate and illuminate.
Yeah, thank you. That's a much more beautiful message. So redirection rather than condemnation of having suicidal thoughts. So you touched on something called al-ma'iyya, when you feel Allah's presence, and you said, I am with the broken-hearted. How can we bring this into somebody who does not feel that God is with them? They see things are quite dark. If you go to a refugee camp, if you go with the current pandemic, many people don't see God's light anywhere. So how can we bring Him into the room and let them feel His mercy and compassion?
First of all, we can use few things for the mind, and then we can use things for the heart. For the mind, we can use the stories of the prophets, from Adam to Noah to Abraham to Moses to Jesus to Muhammad, that the Quran mentioned explicitly and in details. And they've all been through situations where the outcome, apparently on the outward, was bleak. So that instills hope. But I think what we suffer as a Muslim community, specifically in America, the American Muslim community, is the lack of spirituality. Meaning here the concept of ihsan. And I don't mean that in the theory. In the theory, Muslims obviously are spiritual beings and all that. But I think the science of spirituality itself. So we have Islam, which is Aqidah. We have Iman, which is Aqidah. Islam, which is fiqh. We have Ihsan, which is Tazkiyah, and Tarbiyah, and Tarqiyah, and illumination, and knowledge of the heart, and how the heart is. I think that we've reduced our faith. We have a reduction, and we're not the only one. When I say we, really it's a human thing. But humans have reduced religion to rituals. Spiritual to ritual. So they equate today rituals with spiritual, and we've lost the whole transformative aspect of faith. So therefore faith becomes an association, an identity, rather than actually a practice of the heart. So I know we can't do that in a short session with a patient who's suffering. We're going to teach him the whole knowledge of tazkiyah and how the heart ought to be enacted, how you ought to worship God, or love God with your heart and love people with your heart. Not just say, I love you, but actually let that emanate from you. So I think starting by, hey, what I have done, let's say, with some people who came to me, is activate the Fatiha, meaning the prayer. We have the first chapter of the Quran called the Fatiha, which is the opening. It's called the opening. Activate these meanings. Start in His name. There's something bigger than you. You're not in control. Someone else, He is in control. But He's all loving. He's unconditionally compassionate. He is forgiving. So I think sort of opening the path for the patients, that look, the doors are not closed really. They're open, waiting for you to knock. And interact with alhamdulillah, gratitude. Yeah, you've got some problems, sure. But there's a lot to be thankful for, and He's given you, there's a lot that you should have been thankful for as well. Let's open the gate of gratitude as well. Let's see things. And also, as you all know, in Islam and in other faith systems, we don't believe in death. I mean, there's nothing called death from a Muslim perspective. It's a transition, right? And you are not just one. Y'all, I may not know some of you, but you and I have been friends for a very, very long time. From a spiritual perspective, our souls have been there for a while. Souls don't die. Souls were created to last. We all have been here through eternity. Yeah, we may have just met each other with the body, but yeah, we've been together for a while now. And we will be as such. So Islam does not teaches that death is just a transition. Just like being born. You existed before and you will exist after. And so we can also mitigate that issue here. But obviously I send them to the muraqabah of al-Fatiha, for example. The gratitude, seeking Him, iyyaka nasta'een. We seek help from you. I'm absolutely hopeless and helpless at this point, but all the hope comes from you. And remember the hadith in Muslim, when I said the Prophet ﷺ said, Abdi maridtu falam ta'udni. And literally, I don't want to make it too long here, but the prophetic narration says that the Creator said, I have fallen sick, talking to one of His creation, let's say, and you have not visited me. And the creation says, how can I visit you? And you're the Lord of the world. You're not like a human being. You're not in a place. You're not, in that sense. And the Creator responds, which means, don't you know that my creation so-and-so has been sick, terminally ill, kind of, hopelessly ill? Don't you know that had you visited him or her, you would have found me there? لَوَجَدْتَنِي عِنْدَ. Hadith is unbelievable. You would have found me there. You're looking for God, you'll find him there. So when you visit someone who's suffering from terminal illness or serious issue, you find God there. How about the person? So we also open that sort of path to the patient themselves.
Thank you. That's really beautiful. And you talked about healing as a communal affair, so the whole community will reach out. And as a psychiatrist, I see like many people don't reach out when they are going through a difficult time. So how can the community reach in to somebody who is not willing or cannot reach out?
To be honest with you, we really need sort of clergy education. And unfortunately, again, that's part of the deal. You all know this. In the old days, scholars meant not someone who knows the mechanics of the rituals of faith, but they knew philosophy and mathematics and religion and languages. They were scholars. And today what we produce ritually competent people, vocationally trained in the rituals. But yet we call them, let's say, religious leaders or spiritual leaders or scholars, and there's an issue with that. I mean, there's a need for that. What I'm saying is we really need to up the education. So let's say where I am at Medina School, we've offered first aid, let's say mental health workshops, just to educate the imams of, look, just because you know the mechanics of the rituals of faith, y'all don't know psychiatry, and you may not be qualified to offer a professional opinion about someone's mental health. All right? Nobody, so there's an education that's needed here, and I think now Islamic centers across the nation are receptive to this kind of stuff, but we ought to do it more, and we ought to put the finances.
Thank you. My last question, and then I'll open it for discussion, is about self-care. You mentioned sleep deprivation, and I think in the chapter of Maryam, Surah Maryam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He told her when she was going through a difficult time with her pregnancy, He said, قَرِّ عَيْنًا, make sure that you practice sleep hygiene, because it's very important for pregnant women and for everybody. Like sleep deprivation can be a health hazard, can be dangerous, can lead to loss of lives. Can you touch very briefly on self-care as a, wounded healers? Everybody in the room is taking care of others, so how can we take care of ourselves?
From a faith perspective, meditation is an absolute key. Prayers is not simply uttering words if your heart is not generating them in the first place. Prayers is a state of the heart, not the state of the tongue. And dhikr is, in the Arabic language, which is meditation, is contrary to ghafla, heedlessness, not contrary to being silent. So unfortunately, even our prayers, in whatever religion that we're following, we don't activate the prayers. And even when we say thank you, it just becomes a word. So I think with that, with self-care, we need that time to sort of unwind, recalibrate, and bring that, imbibe and imbue that energy that we can tap in from the Creator of all. If we don't, and we're giving a lot of love and a lot of affection to everybody else, our energy is going to be drained. We need to get it back. And our lives are obviously filled, they're busy and all that. We all have all kinds of things to look after. That's why this sort of spiritual downtime every day, or spiritual uptime, whatever you all want to call it, 3 minutes a day, 5 times a day. All right, that's ideal to sort of reorient yourself, recalibrate yourself, to be able to give back. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to give. If you don't have it, you can't give it. So imbibe and imbue that love and energy and unconditional compassion. And the whole point is what? Channel it on.
Amen. That was extremely profound. So if you have a question or comment for Dr. Al-Ninowy, please raise your hand.
Well, my question is, as a practicing gastroenterologist, I see a lot of IBS, which is a functional disorder, which talk about neurochemicals, and I use a lot of TCAs and SSRIs, and these functional disorders cost a lot of money and time to the health system. So, where is the balance of the Tazkiyah and Muraqabah with the neurochemicals which we use with the Zoloft? So, my question is that how do you strike a balance, in that, because there are patients, my personal practice that I've seen is that using this TCA and SSRIs will help with the symptoms,
Yeah.
So, how do where is the line where you draw that, okay, now you need your drug, or is it a combination? Thank you. Maybe it's a difficult question to ask.
Yeah, Doc, look, that's a very good question. I don't know if the way allopathic medicine is going is emphasizing that to start with. I'm not trying to say osteopathic is the better approach or whatever it is. All I'm saying is I think it's important to incorporate the body and mind, even if you don't want to incorporate the heart, in the whole issue of healing, that the Creator empowered the body of self-regulation sometimes, or somehow adaptation and all that. I think we lose sight of that, and a competent physician such as yourself will have to make that professional call of trying to balance. And I know it's not easy, and every case is different because every physiology, everyone is different. But I definitely think we need to incorporate both. What is that rests at competent physicians like yourself.
Thank you. I don't think it's Dr. Aisha, she said there is something called the broken heart syndrome, and like even cardiology and other branches of medicine appreciate the impact of our mental health and our soul weak when it comes to these things. Any other questions?
And IBS is triggered by stressors, any stressors, right? We've seen it all the time. Little stressors, and all of a sudden, So I think sending them to that spiritual muraqabah, muhasabah, to these things that say self-accountability, self-observation, or being present, mindfulness, it definitely will mitigate. But what's the balance versus biochemistry or pharmacology? That's your call.
Any other questions?
In working with refugee clients, what I'm noticing a lot, I do support through body work and through coaching, so I'm glad to hear that auras are okay. This has actually been wonderful so far, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess what I'm recognizing, just in my limited knowledge, is that people are often coming with a sense that healing is not possible, or I guess it's a hopelessness is partly that. It's just a sense that, and it's particularly from folks that have come from cultures where genocide is happening, that there's just a sense that I can't get out of this pain, that healing's not possible, that it's almost like the only thing I could think to do is help them take a step at a time and just say, to see the success of this moment, right? Because it's been so overwhelming, the other message, that they're not valuable, that they're loved, that it's hopeless. But I can understand to some degree why, the immensity of that when you've been immersed in a culture, or in this severe trauma, overwhelming trauma. So I just wondered if you had anything to speak to that. I know some of what you answered already does, but just was curious if there are other thoughts you have.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think it's important to shed light on both paths. Like the one that the path where you said, all right, look, it's been done before. I can show you that this same case it's happened and success was there and people have made it and all that. And that's connecting them to human experience and possibility within the human realm, and that's fine. But I think what's also equally important, if not more so, is connecting them to the limitless possibilities with God. And if they believe in God, they ought to believe that nothing is impossible for Him. And I think that both that balances. It's not just, it's not just a matter of faith. I can show you also, it's a matter of fact with people, but hey, tap into also the limitless possibilities with God. The sky is not the limit, it's just the beginning.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Ninowy. And I want to follow up actually just on the question that was mentioned about people that, kind of have that going through trauma. One of our programs includes a family strengthening and domestic violence program. And so we have on the one end those that, are just almost have given up. But there's another element to it because what we see in some of the work that we do, the fact that people will not pursue treatment for medical illness because they'll say, well, this is Allah. This is what God has willed. Again, taking a concept in Islam where you accept things that are really beyond your capability to change, but this is something you can potentially work on, but they have convinced themselves that this is Allah, and so they don't seek treatment.
That's a theological issue that's distorted. We've misunderstood the decree of God with the enablement of choice He afforded us. And while we believe that everything is under His control, we also have to sort of educate here the patient or educate people that you're empowered, and that enablement of choice dictates your accountability to self and others. And that's what makes you an honored, dignified human being, that ability to choose and choosing the right thing. So I think that self-empowerment that the Creator gave you, enable you to choose. وَمَا تَشَاءُونَ إِلَّا إِن يَشَاءَ اللَّهُ إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِقَوْمٍ حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُوا. Right? The Quran mentions explicitly, God does not change the state of people that they're in unless they start initiating the willingness to change themselves. So we need to telling them that, look, whatever you thought that God is under control, it doesn't mean predestinarianism. God knowing from a theological perspective of what things that will happen until the end of times does not mean He stripped you from the capacity to change. His knowledge is just eternal because He knew everything. But His knowledge is based on what you are going to be doing in reality. Since He's not subject to time and you are, we are in the time dimension. He's not subject to the time dimension. But His knowledge is based on what you are going to be doing in reality. Since He's not subject to time and you are, we are in the time dimension. He's not subject to the time dimension. Time is not linear to the Creator. He created time. All right, and therefore, His knowledge is independent of time, and therefore He knows everything that will happen without forcing you to do it. He enabled you to do it. It's just knowledge. I don't want to go into too much theology.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much for the talk. So, as a psychiatrist, I just feel we need like a resource book with all the lectures that kind of talk about these, these topics, because, we can, even if I can engage with them on a cultural perspective, on a very basic Muslim perspective, that knowledge for me is lacking. And so if I can direct a practicing or even somebody who's struggling with their faith, to lectures that talk about depression and hopelessness. It would just be an invaluable resource for us to have, especially in these times. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think that your suggestion is wonderful, and there's, you know, the reality is we do not have that. I remember when I was in that school, I thought with some of my friends, why don't we do a Muslim DSM? And well, meanwhile, that did not materialize, along with many other plans, let me say. But hey, I think there is a need, with the help of some practicing psychiatrists and some people with theology, we can forge even a small document, guidelines to things. Does it exist? I don't think it does, but we can do something. I'm willing to be part of that.
And thank you. I'm aware of the work of the Family and Youth Institute through Sameera Ahmed and her group. There is a Yaqeen, there is a Khalil Center. So there are organizations that are doing wonderful work. So if you want, I can give you my email and I can connect you with these resources because they are really, really wonderful. I agree, we need to collaborate more and so our impact can reach to the larger community. Any other questions you have for Dr. Al-Ninowy? We have about 15 more minutes.
Thank you again, both of you, for your information. I've worked in a school as a school psychologist, and you know, the separation of church and state. Everything that we discuss when I'm with an individual student is confidential and private. However, I always wonder, like, I don't have a faith, I don't align with a faith, but I do try to encourage students to speak about their faith. And then I always wonder, like, where do I go next? Like, how do I connect them when they are, I mean, in adolescence, many people are struggling with their connection to their faith and their own independent choice. So encouraging them to go to like a faith leader or a parent, sometimes they're very resistant. So do you have any advice of how to connect them with resources to learn more, or just help them to reconnect to their faith and their community?
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for what you do. And I think what's important is, again, sort of, for those who believe in a creator, to sort of point people to the very central theme in any faith system: unconditional compassion, right? Not mercy, compassion. And the reason for that is mercy comes with an element of pity. Compassion is love. And in Islam, obviously, some of the names of the creator of all is Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, which actually means the unconditionally loving compassion, and the unconditionally loving compassion is actually a repeat of the same stem. So, stem word, root word. So what I want to do is, with, let's say, students who are Muslims, point them to their creator. Hey, your creator is the unconditionally compassionate. Connect with him. We don't have a hierarchy in Islam. We don't have, like, let's say, people have to go through a preacher or a priest or a human being to get to God. God is your direct creator. Approach him, right? Talk to him through prayers. Talk to him through calling upon him. And remember that he's the all-loving, he's the all-forgiving, he's the all-compassionate. I think these things are very important. And then we can ask them to look, seek people who have more knowledge. All right, on this topic, we don't, right? But I think it's very important. Sure, they don't want to go to community. They may not identify with their local worship place for whatever reasons, right? Oftentimes, this is not just a Muslim issue. You all know this. I mean, across the board, preachers and people on pulpits, they speak in language that was spoken about 700 years ago, and young people are really like LOL. Right? I mean, you know, yeah. So I think I don't want to disrespect the establishment. I think I like to be, I'm a constructive, critique sort of kind of person rather than destructive. I don't think the answer is to take away, but to really work and improve. But at the same time, really don't want to miss on guiding them to the ultimate, which is the unconditional source of compassion that their Creator can afford them.
So I noticed that one of the barriers for the Muslim families to seek therapy for the mental health is the fear of being judged. And I think it is not only applied to Muslim families, minority families in general. I'm a pediatrician, I see that in my practice you have the Hmong, you have the African American families, and so how do you see that balance of a therapist that he wants to take culture into consideration while he's trying to help the teenagers at school, but at the same time, the culture becomes a barrier. So, and the parents, they feel they are alienated, they are not involved, and everything becomes on the culture, all the problems will be put on the culture, and the parents, they feel they are not part of the family therapy or healing or whatever.
Well, thank you, Doctor. First of all, I mean, I'm not going to pretend that this is an easy battle, because up until 1970, psychiatry was benefited in the United States medical schools, in U.S. medical schools, as an accredited thing. So it takes time for education and people to understand, all right, look, this is an option and this needs to be sought. Now, the issue with culture or some religious understanding, first of all, with culture, not everything in culture is necessarily conducive to a better sort of life or doing things right. And I think our jobs, while not sort of tell people this is not good in your culture or this is good in your culture, that's not our job. But our job may be to point out the good, the universally good, and just stay it there. I think that's just giving them, again, a redirection or a focus. How about this? All right? So I think at least providing direction. As far as religious views that are culturally mixed as well, you all know, I mean, there's a difference between religion and the religious, to start with. Not everything religious does mean equals religion. It goes with Muslims as well. And sometimes, if you have the opportunity, again, to remain at least with the universal values of religion, to guide them to the good, rather than where they're sort of surrounding themselves with, so that we break the barrier. All right, because they're, oh no, it's because I have done evil in my life, so I deserve all the punishment. Or, you know, this is what it is. It's normal. I've seen it many times. This is God's punishment, or this is the way it's supposed to be. And I think it's important if we can just crack a hole in that wall and point them to a universal value, let's say, whether it's redemption, whether it's hopefulness, whether it's limitless possibilities with the Creator. I think that can maybe break some of these walls.
Would you have any suggestions or situations in working with Muslim Americans where, so you talked about black magic, exorcisms. If a client came in and said that family members were asking them to engage in those sorts of rituals, like what I could do how I might handle that as a person who's outside the community and certainly not an authority source, in balancing kind of my responsibilities from a mental health perspective with wanting to be very culturally respectful.
Yeah, that's a thin line, and like I said, one can obviously, look, I respect that culture that you're having, and I get that, for example. What I tell them is, but God is greater than all that, and with God, you're shielded, you're immune from all that stuff. Who's greater, the exorcist or God Himself, the Creator of all? So I try to take them without saying, you know, that's a terrible thing, because I'm not gonna, you know, obviously he's gonna take his parents or grandparents' instructions much more than he, well, at least than he takes mine. But I'm going to point him to something that he recognizes as well. So I have to find common grounds between me and him. Common grounds is, You believe in God, right? Well, God ought to be much more powerful than that magic. Seek Him.
Would you feel like that's within kind of the bounds of a mental health provider to even kind of take that kind of more spiritual perspective and bring it in? Because sometimes I hesitate, like that is my belief system, but can I actually say that? And particularly when I'm not from the culture itself.
I'm going to yield to the gentleman. From Wisconsin.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there was lots of resistance in psychiatry about using the spiritual aspects, but as you know, there is lots of progress. Now we are using the biopsychosocial spiritual approach. So I think don't shy away from the big elephant in the room. If they bring it into the discussion, go for it.
Especially with the spiritual pain being part of total pain now. So, I mean, it's there, right?
Thank you, Dr. Ninowy. Really very informative information we got today. I got some time, often actually, some of my patients, they put the religious value on certain treatment. They put more value than any other recommendation on any other current treatment for certain diseases, especially for Muslim patients. For example, somebody has lung cancer, and they believe that if they do cupping, for example, that's a cure for it, because the Prophet did it at that time. Sometimes they put value on herbal medicine, for example. Some of it is good, we believe in it, but some of them has no basis in medicine. But because it has some religious background, because the Prophet used it at that time, like honey, for example, something like that. So they tend to resist any other treatment because the Prophet did that and they want to do that. How can we approach it?
Thank you so much. That's a good question. And I think the issue here is reductionist, sort of, that I'm thinking cure is here, versus the Quran talked about healing and multiple paths towards healing. Mentioned the Quran itself, let's say healing. Cupping is healing. Let's say honey also provides a source of healing, but not just one out of all. So by mentioning multiples, that allows us to also present, hey, it was never just one way in the prophetic time. The Prophet ﷺ actually used multiple ways to advise people, so did the Quran. So, right, so there's we need to widen that approach to parallel what's in the text.
I don't think you mentioned anything about homosexuality and Islam. It's obviously something that creates a lot of pain and stress for the individual as well as the family. And it's a conversation that for those of us in the West, has become a lot more fluid over recent times. What does Islam have to say about this?
All right. Islam shares the Abrahamic faith system's understanding that homosexuality is a sin. However, unlike the Old Testament, unlike other Abrahamic faith systems, Islam did not institutionalize a penal code for it. All right? So we don't have an institutionalized penal code for those practicing it, yet that means two things. While affirming it is a spiritual sin, affording them the dignity of any human being per se, without saying that, without endorsing the sin, yet saying, hey, this is a sin and many people sin. So that's in short what Islam says about that. And we differentiate between obviously thoughts, actions, also, or the zeal to convert to this belief or this practice. It's one thing to have feelings, certain feelings. It's one thing to practice it. It's another that it's a mission for me to convert you to believe exactly that what I'm doing here is not just right, it's also spiritually correct. I can't. So there are levels of that.
We have 2 minutes. Any other questions? So I have a question that comes very frequently with the youth. So many of them, they call them, masjid dropout. So they don't go to the mosque because they've been treated harshly, maybe by the elders. We can't explain to the youth that they don't represent the religion. So that's the easy part. Some children struggle with the concept of Allah being very loving and merciful when they see all of this trauma happening. Lots of, refugees, the pandemic, people displaced, people going through sexual abuse, other kinds of trauma. So how can we sit with the youth and show them that God is still loving them despite all of the mess, that bad things happen to good people for a reason?
I truly think that as Americans, we need to have schools that generate young American Muslim scholars who study more than just fiqh or Islamic jurisprudence, but also maybe like the old days, a little bit more of things, number one. Number two, we need to incorporate and maybe also focus today from I'm speaking here from an inside sort of circle. American Muslims in general, actually in the world, we are so focused on the law, which means what? Do, don't. This is what religion is: a list of do and a list of don't. And we teach our children in general that, hey, this is what faith is all about. Do, good, don't. But faith is, and this is strictly fiqh or law. So we've become like lawyers in faith. You don't want to do that. We've stripped the soul away from religiosity and its transformative effect to make it just to do, you're good, don't, you're evil. And that's not really what it is. We've lost out on the spiritual aspect. Today, even religion, I don't even know, but religion today is philosophy, it's no longer religion, because we talk about religion, we talk about God, but we don't experience the presence of God. So it's talking about, it's always a third party, and really, so we're not really experiencing religion, and that's because, again, we're in that consumerist, informational, data amassing culture rather than experience, and religion is experience more than just amassing information. So I think we need to activate the tazkiyah aspect that the Prophet ﷺ mentioned in the hadith of Jibreel, ihsan, that you worship him as if you're seeing him. If you're not seeing him, he is seeing you. That's what he told us, right? When he was asked, what do you mean excellence? What does it mean to be a good Muslim as far as worship? And the Prophet tells us that you worship the Creator as if you are seeing him. And what that means is you worship him not as if you're seeing your worship, not as you're seeing you're giving charity, not as you're seeing you're actually doing good. That's not actual worship. You're seeing yourself. It's self-deification, and that's what we live today. We live in self-deification mode under the rhetoric of religiosity or no religiosity, whatever it is. And while Islam, let's say, afforded every human being dignity and self-worth and all that, but we're not supposed to be worshiping the self or our sentimentals. And we're supposed to do good selflessly. That's the only way good is good. If we do good selfishly, well, I mean, it's sort of like, I love you because what's in it for me? How do you like that? How do you all like that? I love you because, I love me, really. I love you. There's more I than love. And forget about you. Who cares about y'all? It's I. That's why I love you. And that's the problem, religiously speaking.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for being engaged and interactive, and thank you, Dr. Al-Ninowy, for being very graceful.
The issues facing Muslim youth have only grown over the years. They combine the issues already being faced by youth at large, whether it be bullying, race tensions, and the new and developing stresses and strains of social media, or more culture, religious-specific issues like Islamophobia and the identity crisis that our youth face when they have a disconnect at home between their immigrant backgrounds and their homegrown American culture that they are living. To enlighten us further on the topic, we've invited Dr. Sameera Ahmed, who specializes in Muslim youth issues and interventions. She is the founder and director of the Family and Youth Institute. She's also a clinical assistant professor at Wayne State University in Michigan in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Neuroscience. She's a scholar at the Institute for Social Policy and Understanding and an associate editor for the Journal of Muslim Mental Health. As a licensed psychologist, her clinical practice is focused on the risk behaviors and protective factors of Muslim adolescents and young adults, and the role of psychotherapy that is culturally and religiously specific. Among her numerous research publications, she is also the author of the book Counseling Muslims, a handbook of mental health issues and interventions, which is actually out on the table up there. So without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Milwaukee for Dr. Sameera Ahmed.
Good afternoon. Now, I don't know about you, but sitting for a long time and listening, it's kind of exhausting. I was one of those students who loved to learn, who sit in the front of the class and fall asleep. Quite embarrassing, if I can say so myself. So, in light of that, and to be helpful to those of you who are like me and struggle to stay awake, I am going to ask you to engage a little bit more and go to polev.com, to this actual website that's listed above, and sign in, because we're going to have question and answers to have a little bit more engagement. Okay, so if you could just go there right now, polev.com / Sameera Ahmed 180. And we'll start off that way, so that I get a sense of who's in the room, right? And so what I'd like to be able to ask you is how many of you have actually worked with Muslim youth in a clinical setting? So the actual, the site is actually on the bottom as well. Okay. So how many of you actually worked with Muslim youth in a clinical setting? If you have, write yes, and if you haven't, write no. And then you can be able to put it in here. This way we get a sense of saying, you know, who am I speaking with? And what's your background? What's your understanding? So how many of you have actually worked with Muslim youth in a clinical setting? And hopefully, is anybody having difficulties with that? Yeah. You are having difficulties with the website? Okay. And just kind of a background, it's always interesting to see kind of what brings you here, why are you interested in this topic, and why is this important to you. And so many of you, and I guess this is probably one of the reasons why this topic is on the conference agenda today, have been working with Muslim youth. And I'm sure you may have a lot of questions, and hopefully collectively we can kind of address some of those issues. And if we're not able to get to all of them, use the question and answers, as well as direct you to resources that will give you a sense of where you can empower yourself with greater information and knowledge. So it sounds like we have, you know, many people, maybe 2/3 of the group, have some experience, and others who are here to learn and grow from each other. So those of you who have had that experience, what type of clinical setting, or actually for everybody here, what type of a clinical setting have you been working with? Are you kind of in the schools? Are you in a medical setting? What, you know, are you in kind of the kind of pastoral care area? So where are you and what are you doing? So what type of clinical setting? Just fill that information in so we get a sense of who we're working with today. So schools, pediatricians, or kind of a medical setting. School. You have a lot of school teachers, or school counselors, I'm assuming. Right? Social workers. Psychologists. Yay! So as we're speaking, as we're seeing kind of the backgrounds of everybody here today, what I'll try to do is take a little bit more of kind of the answer to the example to make it a little bit easier for you to understand. So, great backgrounds, and hopefully you'll be able to take this information back to your setting and use it. So a little bit about my background, and as we try to understand this. I actually was trained initially, still a clinical psychologist. And before I was a clinical psychologist, I was involved in the community and still continue to be. And one of the things I kept seeing over and over again is just like any other community, Muslims have their issues, right? And while we have our issues, there was very little research and very few resources available that were culturally and religiously relevant. When I would talk to people about, hear this issue, well, why don't you try this? And the response I would often get as a community organizer and activist, well, that's not relevant to our reality. This doesn't happen with us. If I would just pray more, it would take care of itself, right? And so this was a response I kept hearing over and over again. And so then I committed myself, okay, I'm going to address this issue, I'm going to help out, I'm going to go into mental health, and I started my PhD in clinical psychology. Well, when I got into the field, and I recognized there's very little research here, and the publications that are out there actually have a lot of misinformation. So one of the publications, the most oft-cited by psychology, had major issues in the publications. I mean, even in terms of how many verses in the Quran, how the Quran is organized, things that, factually, you can have different perceptions, but factual differences. And so that was one issue. The other issue was there weren't that enough Muslim psychologists, Muslim therapists, to address all of these issues. And so we can't do this by ourselves. And we need to empower our fellow therapists, mental health professionals. And in that process, myself and a fellow graduate student at the time were like, okay, we've got to address cultural competency issues. We've got to make a difference in the field. And so we started doing programming at APA, American Psychological Association, Psychiatric Association, to really address kind of increased competency within the field. And through that process, we were invited to write a book, Counseling Muslims. And the Counseling Muslims book is particularly directed for mental health professionals working with Muslims, enabling you to get the information that you need to effectively work with Muslims. And part of that process has been, in doing so, recognizing what are the needs of our fellow professionals and helping provide those resources. So that this is actually outside, you can get it online, but the idea is you have a resource. I think somebody was asking earlier, where can I go? There's a book, just for you. So please use it. And also recognize that, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that later on, there are many more resources that you can utilize and give out to your clients and patients to help you be more supportive as in their clinical journey. And so that's kind of how that process came along. And in addition to that, we realized we need to empower you, but we also need to have mental health resources available that you can share with them. And so I started the Family Youth Institute. I'm the founder and executive director. It is a national research and education institute focused on Muslim mental health and family wellness. And the mission that we have is to strengthen and empower individuals, families, and communities through mental health research and education. There are certain issues that are not being addressed in the current literature by researchers. So many of us are researchers. Why not address it and ask the questions that the community is asking? The issues and problems that are challenging all of us, so that all of you and parents and families and communities can take that information and use it and help address these challenges. So what we do is we really focus on reducing stigma, right, and increase mental health awareness. It's not just about decreasing, but also increasing, so they know, okay, fine, if you have an issue, what do I do? What are the resources? and really developing mental health promotion material. And in so doing, it's really important to take a developmental perspective and really addressing how do these issues and challenges, what is needed from birth to grave, from young children to elderly. And so we have resources along that line. And the idea is, if we have these resources and we empower individuals such as yourselves, we can then work together to create enabling environments, whether it's at school, whether it's in the classroom, whether it's in the mosque, whether it's whatever, in the hospitals, wherever you are, you have resources. And the way we do it is we take a research-based perspective. We identify the issues, be it from the community, but be it from a professional point of view. We identify what the issues are. Then we do the original research. We have a team of researchers who specialize in stats, in psychology, developmental psychology, all of that. We do the original research, recruit participants, we analyze the data. We then look towards solutions. It's great that we know there's a problem, but then what do we do? What works? Once we identify the solutions, we work towards then developing resources. As much as I love reading publications, I don't know anybody else who's going to do that for fun. It's quite a way, right? And so we need to then take that research and develop that into resources that more people will develop. So outside, if you see, there's a big infographic. That's based on some of the research we've done. Right? And we have many other research that we then kind of developed into resources. This kind of workshop is another resource that we've developed to help empower you. And so really going through that process of resource development and then implementation, giving it to you. But in that process, we also want to understand the impact. How many people are we reaching? How many people are using the information and then enabling, kind of changing their environment? And so the work that we're doing, this theory of change that we have as an organization, is really, again, going back to what I talked about earlier, really trying to ignite community change. Really improving the mental health awareness, mental health promotion, and wellness, and strengthening individuals, families, and communities. And really, the approach is really taking this evidence-based approach. And I share all of that with you so that as we proceed tonight, you can conceptualize where this is all coming from. This is not my thoughts. I'm sharing research that we've done, other people in the community, other researchers have done to help empower you with information so you can move forward. So as we start talking about mental health and identity, I want to ask you guys all a question. What were or are the clinical issues you are addressing or struggling with? What are the clinical issues you are struggling with, or you're trying to address, or you have addressed? And so that gives kind of an understanding of the depth of the issues people are kind of wondering about. And so, as we're talking, does anybody want to kind of share some of the issues, or just identify some of what they're dealing with?
Actually, I have, it's actually a town, and the youth, the parents do not speak English, they're refugees. The children are growing up speaking English and not speaking their language. The parents give the children all cell phones, so that's their form of communication. They don't talk to the kids. The children do the culture. They have a no talk. Whatever you say, it doesn't matter. The children are so distraught, so depressed, from the youngest 11-year-old to 17 years old. One child just last week committed suicide because in their culture she has no say, and if she comes with something talking to them, it's just, shoot away.
there are a lot of kind of refugee-related issues as
Oh, my
well as
God.
kind of mental health issues.
It has become mental health because it's abuse for the children. The children are not cared for. The parents are now abusing the children, well, mentally and physically. The police have been informed multiple times, and they have come to the houses of the parents, and the children are so afraid that they say, nothing, nothing, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much culture, and they think it's Islam. It's just a horrendous mess.
And let's try to pick that apart. And I'm going to try to go through the presentation, and then whatever topics that we didn't get to, let's revisit it and kind of think about that case, because that's probably not the only case, unfortunately. And we want to be able to help you in that process. Go with something, okay, now I know these are things, resources I can use. And, it's really interesting as people are sharing all of these issues. These are many different challenges, right? You've shared a challenge, and thank you for doing that. And we have all of these other issues, fitting in, anxiety, depression, abuse, all of that. And so, as we do that, I want us to be aware of the diversity of issues that we're talking about. And of course, we're not going to get to everything, but to recognize and think about, it's not just one thing. And one session is not going to be enough. And to recognize that there are resources out there. And so what we do know, and again, I do caution what I do say because the research on Muslim mental health is still at the beginning stages, and so we're still learning. And this is actually data that we're going to be sending out and sharing. We have the research, and now we're going to be moving it to the kind of resource development stage and getting out to the community. So we'll be sending this out. If you would like to get kind of full data on this, you can sign up outside on the table where this says FYI and get your resource. As soon as it's done, I actually, after this conference, need to review it and get a final okay. So hopefully by the end of this month. But what we do know, outside there's an infographic that says about Muslim mental health in general. This is kind of the Muslim youth mental health data that we currently have. And so what we are finding that at least 13% of Muslim youth are struggling with anxiety. Almost 20% with adjustment disorders. We oftentimes as clinicians, anything that we know, we're like, adjustment disorder. It's probably more. But you also are struggling with mood disorders. ADHD, a lot of young people in the schools are not getting diagnosed with ADHD, particularly those with the inattentive type. Substance use, again, this is probably more because a lot of that is hidden. And trauma is a major issue, especially if you have a lot of refugees in the area. In addition, beyond that, we have sexual abuse that are often not talked about or not addressed. And other domestic violence, cultural conflict. So a lot of kind of other issues that young people are struggling with. And when you are struggling with it, not having kind of an outlet, resources, can be a very isolating experience. And so sometimes, for those of you who are clinicians, by some kind of, divine interventions, they come to you. Because, I think Reda was saying earlier that usually by the time you come to the clinicians, it's been there for a long time. And when nothing else is working, then you come to you. And that's actually why I started the Family Institute. As a clinician, I would see clients, and I'd be like, if we would have just nipped it in the bud, if we just would have got to education, if we, all of that, we could address, something's, sexual abuse, that comes up, you're going to need therapy for, right? You're going to need support to kind of navigate through. But then some issue like parent-child conflict, it could have been addressed earlier, right? And so, all of these things are to highlight that, the variety of issues and challenges that young people are struggling with. And so, what I do want to do is spend the rest of the day is not talk about kind of the typical things that we have the skills and knowledge to deal with, depression, anxiety, and all those things that, you can take one of the CBT manuals and kind of add a little bit more cultural competency topics into it and address it. I want to kind of talk about the topics that we may not have information about, and letting you know a little bit about the kind of what we know from our research. And that's really focusing on identity, discrimination, families, and mental health literacy. Because this is what we do have research on information about that can help guide your work. So, when we talk about discrimination, I want to start by asking all of you, have you ever experienced discrimination? Have you ever experienced discrimination? Because sometimes when you've experienced that, you may be able to understand and feel what it may look like or feel like for a client. And I say this because we don't realize the profound impact it has. And as I was preparing for this topic, I was thinking about the many different opportunities I've had. And they're all opportunities for growth, obviously. And I was reflecting back at a time when I was younger, when I was on a college campus. And I was, I spent the whole day. We had organized a major major conference gathering for Muslim youth across the nation. And it actually ended up being a historical gathering, which then resulted in kind of restarting MSA National, Muslim Students Association, National Organization. And so it was a great day. And as we were finishing off the day, I was walking on campus, a bunch of us females, and then behind us were a bunch of the guys, and we were going someplace. And as we were walking on campus after sunset, a bunch of young college guys on campus started yelling out slurs. And in that moment, that whole wonderful day, the impact that we had made, the changes that we developed, froze. That strong personality that kind of wishing or kind of getting things done, froze. And I was continuing, my initial thought was just focus, keep walking, get out of the situation before anything can happen. And my thoughts were, one, I'm not safe. I'm a female. Anything can happen. And in that process, my focus is get out. Now what I didn't realize was behind me, the guys who were with us, they had seen it, and they froze too. And when we caught up with each other, their response were like, I'm so sorry. I've known about this, but I've never seen it. And how are you guys doing? And in that moment, I realized as a female, this is my norm. I think about it all the time. Anytime I'm in a place where there's a majority of individuals who are not minorities. I'm thinking about it after sunset. I'm thinking about it at the airport. Even coming here, like, I've got to pray. But what are people going to say? I still got to pray. I hope I'm safe, right? And so these are kind of the everyday little things that people may have to deal with. And when you're dealing with that, if the individual is coming into therapy, recognizing they may have questions about you. What are your biases? What are you gonna kind of assume about them? And recognize that if you've had that experience, and it looks like almost 86% of you have, you can use that experience, regardless if you're Muslim or not, to have that empathy and have that compassion.
I guess what I was going to share is, yes, I've experienced discrimination, but it's probably that many times in my life. And how many days have I lived? That's what I'm struck by when you said that. Because for many people, it every day occurs.
Yeah. And so again, you may not, for those of you who are not Muslim, you may not be Muslim, but you had some experience similar to that. Can you harness that energy, that experience, to help you with the therapeutic process and help you with building the therapeutic alliance, really understanding the experience, and really listening empathically, right? And so when we think about Muslim youth, what we find is 55%, 1 in 2 high school students, 78% of college students have experienced experience religious discrimination. And that's those individuals who directly experienced it. What about those who perceived it, seen it? I remember being in high school, I played field hockey, and we, at that time wasn't wearing a scarf, but another team we were playing, somebody was wearing a scarf. And at that time, students at our school really were were harassing her and making fun of her scarf. And I remember in that moment being like, oh, this is what's going to happen to you. And that fear that it generated for me, because at that point I was starting to realize, I know I want to wear a scarf, I know it's farther, I know it's required. That thought process started coming to place, and then I saw what happened. And nobody intervened. Not the parents, not the coaches, not the referees, nobody. Right? And so recognize that this is something that, it's not just what you experience directly, but what you see other people, and that stays with you. Luckily, I was able to kind of start learning it, and it's always interesting when I started, why I started when I started, but it was like this second semester of my senior year, and the time, I don't know why I started that point, but anyways, but recognizing that that has an impact and it sits with people. And often young women who are wearing a scarf experience it the most. And this is a picture of one of my daughter's friends who has gotten a lot of national recognition because of the experience that she had trying to run cross country and being banned from it because of wearing a scarf. And so when we look at bullying, identity-based bullying and discrimination, youth experiencing discrimination are found to report more mental health issues. Okay? And what's interesting is, while bullying is an issue in our schools, what's interesting and very unique about Muslim youth is that 1 in 4 incidents are perpetrated by school staff. That's good holidays. And that's something for us to think about. Okay, what is the impact of their connection to school? Because if they're not finding school as a safe environment, how are they going to learn? How are they going to connect to society beyond their family, beyond their religious community? It all has implications. You have the mental health implications, where you're seeing an increase in depression, anxiety, stress, all of these things, and it's having an impact on the physical health, right? And the well-being, the academic achievement. And so we're finding all this in the research, and so we need to really be recognizing that this identity-based bullying that we often refer to bullying, but actually is discrimination. And it does have a profound effect on Muslim youth.
I believe they will never stop staring, pondering at what exactly I am wearing. But then they remember the words and news, and I see the exact moment when they choose that I am their enemy, a person they should hate, without uncovering even some of my traits. And I cannot blame them so. It is not their fault that they don't know about my religion, my love, my way of life, about how it helps me to overcome all strife. To when my teachers won't dare to look me in the eye, to when people ask me, why are you shy? Why don't you try dating that guy? The answer to me is simple and clear. Islam is the only thing I hold so dear. It is my rock, my light in the dark, and yes, following its rules isn't always a walk in the park, but I try because I know its words ring true, and those words together are my only glue. They have carried me through the ugliest of thoughts, and times when I have missed 100 shots, and when I believed I could never be enough, Islam was there to help me through the rough patches of my life. And I know they are not done, but I am tired and I will no longer run. So when you ask, why do you stay? Why do you suffer through hate every day? Why do you carry this flag to school? How can you stand to listen to people so cruel? How can you smile when others don't dare? And why don't you show off your beautiful hair? I can only tell you that I fear my Lord, and because of that I do not fear the sword, the sharp daggers of their words, their looks, their sneers. I will endure it every day, year after year. And no, I will not leave this country. I'm here to stay, don't you see? And no, I will not bring harm to your town, for I myself am just trying to get around, to find my place in this world so large, and all I want to do is reach for the stars. A million lights lights in the dark, they remind me so of Islam, the only truth I truly know.
And so this was written and produced by a Syrian refugee teenager. Okay? And so what we also have to recognize, as these stressors are there and present, we also have protective factors that we can utilize to help young people navigate. And this, for those of you who are educators, or individuals who want to use this video, we have a number of different videos like this that you can download and share for free. What we try to produce is so that you can use this information. And recognizing that religion can be a protective factor if we're able to use it in a productive way. And so this young woman is able to use her experiences, as hurtful as it may have been, as challenging it is, to channel it into spoken word, and then be able to then share it across the nation with individuals. And so again, you see, yes, it is difficult, but then can we help channel that information into a way that they feel that they can make a difference? And recognizing the development is bidirectional, where the environment has an impact on them, but they can have an impact on the world. And creating those possibilities for them is extremely empowering. And so when we think about identity and discrimination, we also have to recognize that even within the different subgroups within Muslims that experience discrimination, that in particular, we have to also pay attention to Black Muslims. Because not only are they dealing with societal discrimination and anti-Blackness, they are also dealing with anti-Blackness within the Muslim community. And that takes a toll on mental health as well. And so recognizing when you're in the therapy session or in the schools, working with young people, to really identify and address the institutional racism that exists. Because if you're not a person of color, they may feel and experience you as part of the issue, right? They may not feel comfortable talking to you about some of these issues. But that institutional racism, it's everywhere. It's interacting in so many different ways that you and I may not really even understand the extent of impact. And recognizing that there is also the impact of negative internalization of your culture does not matter. You do not matter, right? And so that again has an impact. But with that, you also have historical legacy, both of enslavement and the trauma, generational trauma that is had on the Black community. But with the historical legacy, you also have opportunity. And to really thinking about the change and the impact that Black Muslims have had on the history of America and really the Muslim community. I mean, one of the interesting things that I've noticed, I grew up in not in a mega community where there are lots of Muslims. I grew up in the cornfields of Ohio. And I've noticed with myself, as well as other individuals who lived in communities where there were very little Muslims, they tend to really connect deeply with Black Muslim history. It's something that kind of gets them through with strength. And to recognize and uplift that history, not just in America, but the historical legacy of Muslims in Africa, and the centers of learning that have been created and still continue to this day, and really helping them realize that is there to integrate it into the work that you do. And then also recognizing the immigrant indigenous divide that sometimes happen. Sometimes it's cultural differences in understanding. Sometimes it's socioeconomic. Sometimes it's also what are the immigrant Muslims doing in predominantly Black neighborhoods. Many of them are running the liquor stores. Many of them are causing havoc within the community and not taking responsibility. And so realizing that these things are also causing tension between us. And then really the need for a strengths-based approach. And there's the Uplifting Black Muslim Youth book that I helped was outside. You can take a look at it, and then it takes a kind of a positive development approach of what you can do, if you want to help support young people. In addition, we have online a toolkit of resources for individuals, for Black families, Black Muslim families, as well as non-Black individuals, whether you're educators, social workers, allies, to really equip you with important information that would help you support Black Muslim youth. And so, in addition to that, we have other resources on highlighting the research on bullying Muslim youth. Again, toolkits available to empower you, your parents, your community to if a young person is experiencing bullying, okay, here's a video, here's some resources, this is what you do, this is how you deal with it, etc. So those resources are available, again, free online for you to use. So we talked about discrimination and the mental health impact. We also want to address identity. So when we talk about identity, I want you to ask yourself, who or what are you? How would you describe yourself in your identity to other individuals? So when I think about myself, it really depends on who's asking, right? I would identify myself as a Muslim, a female, a psychologist, a researcher, a community activist and organizer, a mom, a wife, a daughter, a sports enthusiast, floor hockey, field hockey, any type of hockey, anything that will get me to hit something, besides, anybody else. Enthusiast, right? And so really thinking about, what identities matter. I'm first generation. I'm a Hyderabadi origin. I don't always say Indian. I always say Hyderabadi because it's a difference for me. Because I'm very proud of my cultural identity, but I'm not really kind of national identity because I'm American, right? And I see myself as American, which is really interesting because when I talk to my kids, I grew up in a place, like I said, the cornfields of Ohio. Like literally, you look in our backyard, and you see cornfields. No joke. My husband came to visit us the first time before when we were talking, and I told him, I said, look, if you miss this street, you're heading to cornfields. Now he's a Toronto city boy, and he was like, ha, you're joking. And like, literally, he missed the street, and he hit the cornfields. And so I identify myself first as American, then whatever ethnic origin. But what's really interesting is for my kids, it's assumed they're American. For them. But then they come up with all these other identities, which I still don't understand. Sometimes they're like, yes, they're Indian, Pakistani, and sometimes, but they don't usually say that. They're like, oh yeah, we're Malaysian, and Somali, and Yemeni. I'm like, okay, look, I don't know how you're getting all these identities, but they identify with these cultures, right? And so we have individuals, when I ask you, women, Muslims, psychologists, mom, family, all of these things, right? We have many identities. And for us to recognize with young people, they too have many identities. It depends on the environment. So again, when you are working with a young person, you want to know what identities matter to them. Okay? And there are so many different identities that may be important for them. And you want to be able to discuss them and recognize that these numerous social identities are going to have a varying impact based on the identities that they have, right? And so this concept of intersectionality, which was presented by Kimberly Crenshaw, is an important one that we need to think about when we're working with young people. Because what the experience is of a Black Muslim youth in the public school system or in Islamic school may be very different than a South Asian Muslim youth. Or if somebody's a refugee, what that all entails. We have to consider all of these different factors that may be involved for a young person. And so what does that look like in different settings as well? So here's a nice, again, another video of one of the young people. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can increase the volume for this one. And again, the reason why I like to share this is because I think it's important for us to hear from the voices and experiences of young people.
When you're one of the few, even the simplest things are hard. What other kids around me in my Christian environment get to enjoy, as a Muslim, it's a challenge for me. First, it's the names. Having a Nigerian last name is hard enough, but when you have an Arabic first name, like Dawood, which is sort of close to something that they've already heard, like David, you would imagine how much it confuses people. I've heard from Dawood all the way to Dawood. Then, it's the rulings. When you're playing a game with a bunch of non-Muslims, and your coach tells you to be skins, unless if you want to pull your shorts way past your navel, you're going to say no, no matter how much you want to show off your muscles. Then, there's wudu. Like children make wudu every single time you finish using the bathroom. So if you're in class and you have to use the bathroom, and you come back soaking wet or even partly wet, you're going to get stared. When you have to dress modestly, there could be the same question. I know I could choose any sport besides soccer, but it's my favorite sport. When you're playing a game, and you're wearing shorts way past your knees, to the point that you look like pants, while the rest of the kids are wearing shorts that stop at their thighs, you would imagine how many questions I get. Like, if you're gonna wear shorts that long, then why can't you just wear a pant? I would, I could, I even probably should. But hey, I'm only 10 years old. I don't always have to think to do the most practical thing. But I do believe that there's always gender.
So I think part of it is really, as we talk about these concepts, what does it feel like? What does it look like from the minds and perspective of young people? Right? And so I think when we talk about identity and what matters to young people, what is the impact and how they interact with the world around them, really listen to them. Right? And so when you think about identity development, it's really important for us to understand, one, their social identities and how they interact with each other. But also the group identity, right? Which groups do they identify with? Which groups do they have a sense of belonging to? What do they have a shared history from, values and attributions? And then also, what are the dimensions that really determine who they experience a sense of group with, right? So young people Muslim youth may have that sense of group with the religious community, but they may not if there isn't that sense of belonging. They may not because of how, they may feel that it's not advantageous to them, right? It may not be meaningful for them. They may have that experience with somebody else, with another group, maybe their peer group, maybe their ethnic group, maybe, so you want to find that out and kind of understand, well, what matters to them? Where do they feel that they can be themselves? Where is that sense of belonging? And to really help nurture and strengthen and take more of a strength-based approach to help them develop that sense of belonging. Because one of the things that we find is with identity that, youth who struggle, Muslim youth who struggle with identity, which identity is meaningful, which one is impactful, all of that, those who struggle with their identity report higher levels of depression. And youth who lack a sense of belonging often report greater mental health issues. And if you think about it, it really makes sense. Like adolescence and young adulthood is a time period where they're developing their identity, they're trying to see how they fit within the world, and they're looking for that sense of connection and belonging with peers. And that's where they're learning and growing. And so really thinking about how important a sense of belonging is. We're currently in the process of doing a research study on belonging within the masjid, within the mosque setting. And, oftentimes in the community we think, okay, well, if we just had better programming, we'd be able to help young people, right? What we're finding in our preliminary results, it's actually not the programming. It's actually the interpersonal interactions they're having with the adults and the other peers in the community. That's the difference. That's what determines if they feel like they belong in the community or they don't belong. That's where the barriers are, and that's where the opportunities are. And what we also found for adolescents, it's a better predictor of positive mental health than other factors, like in the sense that sense of belonging will decrease the mental health issues that people are experiencing. Now again, it's that sense of belonging, it's that sense of connection, the fact that you matter. Those are the factors that are really helping them. And so really recognizing that the strength of the community, that sense of belonging, really has the potential of being a protective factor for young people. And really promoting identity. And also recognizing, within Muslim youth, again, we talked about the different identities, some of the identities that you might want to consider paying and recognizing there are more nuances are, for example, we talked a little bit earlier about Black Muslim youth, but also young women. And recognizing, and helping them piece apart the culturally determined narrative of women, be it from the media, from ethnic groups, or oftentimes from religious individuals. There are culturally determined narratives that are not in line with religious-based narratives of understanding of Muslim women. And recognizing those also have impact on young women's identities. And example would be, people having bad experiences with, due to culturally understood notions of gender roles, and assuming that that is due to religion, when in fact, Islam is a very empowering religion for women. I would never want to be a man. I would never want to be a man. Why? Because there's so many more rights afforded to you as a woman. And, one of the best things is whatever is my money, whatever my husband's money is my money too. That's one of the best things, and my kids are like, I like baby girls. But recognizing that is a very empowering religion, but oftentimes it's not experienced that way. As you mentioned earlier, there's no value, right? And so recognizing that's a factor. And also recognizing that space also has an impact. Are you the only Muslim female in the space? Are you visibly Muslim? How that has an impact on a young woman. Physical space. Is there, at the mosque, is there physical space for you? Is it clean? Is it attractive? Is it welcoming? These are different things. Are kind of organizationally, are you included? Intellectually, are you being engaged? But these are all the different factors that may be impacting young people and their experience with their faith, as well as their identity. And so again, like I mentioned, the FYI has a ton of resources to help you in this process. And here are some of the resources. There's a Muslim Youth Identity Bulletin, which I highly recommend. Based on some of the original work, it takes the research and then says, okay, this is kind of a summary of research findings, so you don't have to go to the original journal article. And then this is the implications at home, at school, all of these things that you might want to think about. How do you apply that? How do you promote identity? As well as these videos, a number of different videos. And then webinars, understanding, how do you address identity issues within the context of Islamophobia. So the other factor that we find is that we have some basic research on in terms of Muslim youth is family. And the role and impact family has on Muslim youth. Now again, we know from our clinical experience that that does have an impact, and we see the everyday impact on that, but we also want to think about, okay, what do we know from the research? Okay? And so what we find from the research that we've done and others have done with us is that unsupportive parenting, meaning less warmth, more coldness, and more control, impacts young people's ability to cope with discrimination, to deal with daily life issues, to even have a strong, integrated Muslim American identity. It also prevents them from being civically engaged. And it also, when you have that unsupported environment, it also increases the likelihood of engaging in risky behaviors. One of the major studies that I actually did was looking at risk behaviors in Muslim youth, and we have a bunch of infographics. That's what most people know us from, and that looks at alcohol use, drugs, substance, general substance use, drugs, marijuana, looks at tobacco use, alcohol use, all of that. And what we found was some really alarming rates, much more than the community had previously identified and recognized. And when we looked into the protective factors as to what of the kids who are not using, why are they not using? The number one factor, believe it or not, is their parents. Their parents have had communication with them. It was against their values, it was against their beliefs, and they didn't want to disappoint their parents. Okay? And this is at a time period, these are college students. This is at a time period where many of us parents feel like we have no influence on our kids. They're not going to listen, why bother? But what we do know is that it does make a difference. And that young people are starting as early as middle school. And that's where their first experience with drinking alcohol is. And as early as 13. That's when the average age was in terms of when they started drinking alcohol. So realizing that parents have an impact and they need to realize the impact that they do have and utilize it. And part of that impact is really focusing on that, developing a strong, warm, supportive relationship with your child. And recognizing that that is the number one protective factor for Muslim students, for Muslim youth. And what we do find was when there is positive communication and quality time, that there is able to reduce the odds of depression and suicidal thought. That's huge. We're able to reduce the odds of depression and suicidal thought. More than anything else, if we can do that, that makes a difference. We also know that supportive conversations can really protect against Islamophobia, strengthen their ideas and well-being, and decrease the risk of some of these risk behaviors. What's also important to recognize is that appropriate autonomy from parents also results in stronger Muslim identity and increased civic engagement. And part of it is really thinking, well, what does that look like? So my eldest right now is a college student, and she's at she's at the number one school for her specific area of study. And she came home to me and was like, Mom, you wouldn't believe how many resources we're getting, and I'm getting this and that and all this stuff. I'm like, that's great. And she went to the same school that I went to, but I went into psychology and she was in the business school. And so there's a huge difference in what resources you get depending on the field. And so we were always having conversations about that. And she's like, it's not fair. I'm getting all these things about you having to ask, I have to work about all this stuff and all these recruiters. I'm like, yeah. And you use it to bring other people up. You learn the skills and you give back to people who may not have access to it. And this is how you do it, right? And it's those conversations that then lead to really creating opportunities for civic engagement. But if she never talked to me and we didn't have that warmth, she's not going to think about it, right? And so that relationship where that strengthening of the bond that happens, and then directing them towards a better outlook of things that they can do to be civically engaged, that can happen best with parents. And so realizing that there are many issues that we need to do, things that we need to do to help strengthen parent-child relationships. And again, we have a ton of resources on parenting, research as well as daily articles that we send out for free, psychoeducation articles, different workshops, videos like the ones that you saw, and then toolkits on very different issues. And we also know that parenting is impacted by marriage, and there are many issues that the Muslim community is facing, and we have some research on that as well, in addition to these resources that could be helpful, because often realize marriage is a source of stress for parents. Elder care is not something we talk about a lot, but that is another source that, if you're a part of the same generation, you're stressed looking after your elderly, but you're also stressed maintaining meeting the needs of your kids. And so, really understanding what those issues and challenges are. Now, the final area that I want to talk a little bit about is mental health literacy and how that impacts mental health in Muslim youth. Now, what we find in the literature and in the research is that young Muslims have lower levels of mental health literacy compared to their peers. And what happens with that is because of that, then that results in them and their parents not recognizing a lot of mental health symptoms, and they misattribute it. So the butterflies in their stomach are like, oh, maybe there's some gastrointestinal issues. The kind of the headaches, maybe there's something that I need to look at that one, not recognizing, well, it's going to be anxiety if you're seeing all of these different symptoms consistently when it's time to take a test or time to go to school, right? And so recognizing that misattribution is often happening. And because of that, after they've gone on the tests with the physicians, oftentimes it results in a delay in getting the necessary help. And as we know as clinicians, the longer that something is in place, the harder it is to kind of get rid of and address. And so that is one of the issues that results in worsening the symptoms, right? And so recognizing then as a result, even if you do find out that these issues exist, there is the issue of underutilization of therapy services. And so where are Muslim youth going for help? What we find in the research, the vast majority of people are seeking out help and assistance from friends and family. The next area is school, and that could be maybe the teachers are picking things up, the school counselors picking things up and then intervening. And then the third are getting research help from the religious setting. It could be the imam, it could be the youth mentor, it could be their Sunday school teacher, but there is that last group of people. And those who are seeing and working with young people, that they are equipped with these resources and knowledge. And so again, the best way we can really help support Muslim youth is through outreach and intervention. Really understanding that positive social interactions that I mentioned earlier that we're finding preliminary evidence for is that the positive social interactions really make a difference, and how do we have more of those, right? And recognizing that we are finding that high quality after school activities are extremely important because what's happening is they're interacting with caring adults. So if they're not able to get with their family, is there somebody else they are getting it from? Is it someone else who believes in them, trusts them, and sees the potential that they have? Can that person then take on that role that maybe the parent should have, but is not able to because of their own mental health struggles? Right? And also, what we find is involving young people in mental health education and awareness is also critical to helping them get the help. Because if it's their friends are using it and they're saying, hey, you should get help, this is something you need a little bit more professional help with, they're more likely to use it. And finally, what we find is making a huge difference is social media. If they're on social media most of the day, that's where they're getting their information. So mental health interventions need to be available online, and they need to be inundated with that. And that's actually where a lot of the work that we're doing is really trying to get it out through digital dissemination. And so I'll share an example. A case that we started working with was about 8 years ago. Actually, 8 years ago. A community member approached us and said, do you guys have any resources on suicide? And again, 8 years ago, 10 years, those of you guys who've been in the field for 25 years, you know where Muslim mental health was and where it is now. And in the last 10 years, leaps and bounds. But I can tell you the same thing, that so many changes have happened. So about 8 years ago, someone approached us and said, we're having increasing rates of suicide in the community. Do you guys have it? At that time we didn't have anything. And so what we decided is we started a campaign to raise money because we are primarily funded by the community. We do have some grants, but it's only maybe less than a quarter of our work. So whatever we want to do, any of these resources that we offer for free, we need to get funding for. So we started the funding campaign for suicide. And it was so interesting to see the response. People were like, why are you doing it? If someone's Muslim, they're not going to commit suicide because it's hard. It's prohibited. So you have a lot of those conversations. But at the same time, we have a lot of people emailing us in and saying, thank you so much for doing this. I have been struggling with suicidal thoughts for so many years, and it's amazing, it's wonderful that finally there's going to be some culturally and religiously tailored material for us. And so what we did, from hearing from people, what are their needs, what are the issues, we put together a toolkit. And in that toolkit, we recognized, okay, there are different types of people who are going to be using these resources. Those who are actively suicidal, we need to give them help right away, giving them a suicide hotline, and all that type of information, right? And then you have the loved ones of those individuals. A child comes up to the parent and says, I'm suicidal. What do I do? And giving them directions, giving teachers directions, giving community people, what do you do? And so we recognize that these resources exist and people need that. And we also recognize that they need kind of immediate intervention. Right? And so we developed an infographic. So we have this infographic is for prevention, and we have another one for intervention. So what we encourage mosques to do is put these up visibly in your mosques, in your schools, so that you are a location that if someone is having these issues, they know that there's a safe person, a safe place to talk about this, right? And so having both the prevention and intervention, and the intervention one, we encourage teachers and imams and youth group mentors to have with them all the time, because in the moment when somebody says, I'm having suicidal thoughts, if you're not trained, you're going to freak out. And so having that kind of direction of this is what you do is really, really helpful. And the suicide prevention guide, that's actually outside for those of you if you want to kind of flip through that to really help people understand and khutbahs. One of the things that we noticed in our community about 10 years ago, we put an effort to really help increase mental health awareness. And so we had the imams give khutbahs on these topics. Friday sermon, we have different talks, we have these resources available. And with that, what we're seeing is we start off with maybe 2 clinicians in a small city, like maybe 5 miles, that's it. People were really hush-hush about giving therapy and help, and here's some additional resources. But what we found is after 10 years, we've got like 10 clinicians, and again, 5-mile radius, all of us are booked, 2-3 months waiting period. And so there's increased use of mental health services, discussions about mental health, use of these resources. For example, we have these additional toolkits to help teachers, parents, youth mentors to kind of, if someone's struggling, these are some resources that you can pull from. Or you can just give them to them and say, hey, take these, use these, right? So really, really doing that community outreach has been really helpful. The other thing we realized is part of this, you can have these resources available, but ultimately some people just need to get therapy, right? They need to get that additional help, they need the medication, all that. So how do you kind of get over that help? And part of that is really reducing stigma by increasing their knowledge of Muslim contributions to psychology. And what people don't realize is modern psychology is predated by a lot of the work that Islamic scholars have done. The first psychiatric hospital was in the Muslim world. The kind of approach of interdisciplinary approach of art therapy, interpersonal therapy, medication, all of that. There are documentations of the psychiatric hospitals in Cairo where this was already being done much before this we started doing this here. The biopsychosocial spiritual approach. And so most individuals do not know this legacy exists. And so because you're hearing it for the first time in America, for those who are immigrants, they may feel that this is kind of a Western phenomenon. It's not in tune with our faith. When in reality, if you look at the scholarly work that exists beforehand, it was there. And even if you're not looking at the scholarly work, if you just look and analyze the Quran or the Seerah of the Prophet ﷺ, you see much of his actions, words, is taking a very pro-psychological approach, positive psychology approach, that if we're able to highlight for people, that they can then use and see that, wow, this is just part of our tradition. Like, why are we fighting? What's the big issue? And so one of the things that we're trying to do is, our team has been part of the team of researchers and have been doing a lot of research in this area. And actually, one of those individuals is originally from Milwaukee. Those of you who may know Ala Muhammad, she used to be here and she moved out to New York. But she's been part of this group of individuals who've been doing this. And again, we have the research article, but most people are not going to read it, so we're coming up in the video. So I would encourage you to, if you would like to see the video, to sign up back outside of the desk with your contact information so that we can share that with you. And then really working towards digital dissemination. But that's another way that if people recognize that this is part of their legacy, they're more able and willing to actually engage in therapy. But we also recognize that it's, people just don't understand the therapy approach. And so we need to also destigmatize and demystify, well, what does it look like? And again, this is something that you can have available in your office, or for those who are educators, really make sure that they're able to share that with families, is, when do you need therapy? What does the process look like? If you have a therapist, what are the indicators that they're a good fit for you? Because we know as therapists that not everyone is good for everyone else. Sometimes it has to do specialty, sometimes personality, sometimes it's approach. If you use a CBT approach with somebody who's very much kind of psychodynamic, it's not going to work. So you have to really fit the personalities and the personalities, or really helping individuals understand that process. And again, all of this is available for free on the website. So please, I encourage you to visit the website, FYI.org, and download these things. The other thing is really being aware of our clinical skills that we need to enhance. So I mentioned the Counseling Muslim book, which, again, if you want to look through, is available outside. But really thinking about the clinical bias that we may have. One of the challenges sometimes people have is when they're working with a Muslim client, that identity, you just reduce them to the fact that, oh, they're Muslim. Right? That may be a very important part of who they are, but it's not the only part. And can you also see the issues and struggles and see them as a human being? Okay? So really integrating the impact of that identity into and navigating the kind of issues and challenges as well as opportunities that they may have. And really engage in community outreach. Yesterday I was speaking with teachers. They were saying, well, what do we do? I was doing a workshop on mental health and kind of these issues with Muslim youth. What do we do? We're not trained. And I said, well, you want to pair up with not just Muslim as well as non-Muslim clinicians and get them to be more familiar with the environment, with the community. So there is that trust built. If they're seeing you in their mosques, you're seeing you in your schools, and they know you have the trust of the community members, they're more willing to go to you. Because sometimes people don't want to go to a Muslim clinician because they already know them. Like, one of the challenges I have is I get a lot of referrals. Most of them I can't take because I know them in one way or another, right? And so recognizing that sometimes people want to go to somebody who's not Muslim because you're familiar with the culture, but you're not someone they're going to go to see at a party, right? It's always awkward. That happened many times. I'll be walking my kid's school and one of my patients like, oh, Dr. Ahmed, can you talk? I'm like, no. My kid, I don't want to hear everything. So realizing that, sometimes people struggle with boundaries and knowing what's appropriate. And part of it is they don't know, right? And so recognizing that, there are culturally relevant, religiously relevant resources available. So please feel free to go to our website and grab those resources. And then we do offer in-depth cultural counseling, culturally competent training for individuals who are interested, or you can just read the book. That's another way to give you better information. Some of us are readers and some of us aren't, so whichever floats your boat. And then I do encourage you that one of the things is a lot of people don't know that these resources are available. And what I would ask you is to really sign up for the resources and share those resources with your colleagues, and really recognize that individually there's not much we can do, but collectively we can do. And so really share these resources on social media because that's where young people are. And one of the benefits of sharing is when you share, young people then know, okay, this person cares and this person knows that there are some cultural nuances that I need to consider in the process. And recognizing that the more you share, the more you're helping to promote mental health within a community that's struggling, like all communities. And finally, I would say, if you find these resources helpful, to donate. This work is primarily funded by the community, which is truly amazing that there are that many people who care about mental health, and that many people who want to make a difference. And I would encourage you to be one of those individuals. And so if you would like to learn more about the work, I would encourage you, a lot of the resources are available on our website. And you can follow us on social media. That's oftentimes when there's a tragic event that happens, that we'll post it on social media right away so that you have the support, you have the resources that you need. For example, when something happens, we're not going to be able to get all to all the communities right away, but we will post it immediately on social media, so you can at least find that. And if you don't find it there, please text us, because sometimes I kind of, I forget. I'm like, oh yeah, I am the director. I do need to have something available for the community, and so getting that out takes a little bit of time. While we ask, I don't know if you have time for questions. Do we have time? Okay. So while I open up for questions, what I would ask is if you could fill in the evaluation form. This is different from what's in your book, what's in your folder. This is the information will come directly to me. So if you could do both, that would be appreciated. And here's the QR code. So while you're filling that out, do you want to?
Anybody has any questions? I can bring my phone again.
Thank you for a wonderful, wonderful talk and for all the resources. This is so helpful. Just wanted to know if there was any research or your experience in doing in a family-centered therapy approach versus more individual therapy, and if there's any specific aspects or resistance that you encountered with one of those approaches.
Yeah. So what we found is so one of the things we have to realize is when we talk about Muslims, it is a diverse group of people, right? Different cultures, different backgrounds, different histories, different forms. With that in mind, family therapy may work when you're working with Muslim youth. It may work with some cultures, it may fail in other cultures. So you really need to kind of figure that out. So for example, in some places, it may be more effective with immigrant families. But it may, for example, not be effective if they choose a relationship. And maybe the parent needs some alone time where you're able to help coach the parent. And the young person needs that safety where they can really be themselves. And then you bring them together. So that may be another approach to do it. And a lot of it is, the clinical interview is so important to really understand the specifics of that family dynamic. And so, yes, family therapy approach works in some situations, and sometimes depending on the symptomology, you may have to take more of an individual approach. So no clear-cut answer, sorry.
Any other questions?
By the way, we do have a chapter on family therapy as well.
Thank you so much. It was a great presentation. One of the things that personally that I find challenging, I'm a child psychiatrist practicing here. So when we talk about identity, I think, we as providers, myself first and foremost, are guilty of this, is that we tend to oversimplify this. It is really complex. And when all of us hear the word identity, I think the couple of things that come to our mind is one of the slides you had was spot on, right? Like, who am I? What is my sense of self? But to educate, whether it's a patient, client, especially their families, is like, what goes into this? What goes into developing, because that's the end product, who am what went into it was were my relationships? What were my experiences? What are my beliefs? What are my values? What are my memories? That's how I think of identity. Then I can ask, then I can, say, well, who does that make me? And I have always found it challenging actually to explain this to families, especially of different cultures or race, ethnicities. The importance of that is if we can't get out of that stage, right? Like Piaget identified identity versus role confusion is a big, big stage of development. If we can't get out of that and we get stuck, then we can't move on to the next one. How do you guys approach it from a developmental standpoint, if that makes sense?
So, I think when we think about all these theories, they're kind of looking at the reality and trying to make sense of it. And so usually I take, I'll take the different theories like Ericksonian, Piaget, because they're all talking about different things. But then I look at it from kind of an interactional, developmental approach. I don't know if you're familiar with Lerner's work and Eccles. So what I might have, if you're around, I can show you kind of the model. But what they do is they take one from Lerner's work, right, kind of the ecological model, where you're seeing you have the individual and you have the social context around them, and then you have society. But what they also do is they're saying that, yes, you have all of the kind of context that you want to think about, but you also have to realize that one, time is a factor, and so time not just in terms of development, but that development unfolds over time, but also the point at which different things happen needs to be understood, right? Secondly, there is a bidirectional impact, right? Where people or the context has an impact on the young person, but the young person also has the potential to impact their environment. And I'll give you a simple example. If you think about a young child, an infant child, right? And a child is more colicky versus a child who's more calm. The child who's more colicky and cries a lot of the time, it's going to elicit a different response from the parent than the child who is calm, who smiles, laughs, and all that kind of stuff. And so it gets a different response from the parents. And so that response of the parent also has an impact on attachment. And so you see now, from even as an infant, that they have an impact on the world around their parents and how the parent responds. If you take it to the high school setting, the physical appearance, the physical maturation, that's going to have an impact on how young people around you respond. And so that's kind of that bi-directional impact that we need to consider. Does that help? I love the learner approach. That kind of taking back from learners, and I feel like for Muslim youth, it really helps identify all the different factors that we need to consider.
Hi, I'm Jessica. I work with Catholic Charities as a graduate intern. So I have two questions. They're pretty short, but the first one is, do you have any resources for single parents? Since a lot of it, I think, has this kind of struggle with being low income potentially, and also maybe being fearful of saying like there's neglect or there's lack of support. And secondly, are the resources on the website translated into multiple languages, such as, or Rohingya, doesn't have a written language typically, so are there audio resources for languages like that?
So in terms of single parents, many of the resources are inclusive, try to be inclusive of different family structures. Right? Muslim families aren't necessarily two-parent families. Sometimes it's single families. Sometimes it's grandparents raising the kids. Sometimes it's multi-generational, where you have grandparents in the house and your parent. And so we try to be mindful of that. So many of the resources are inclusive of that. And particularly for divorce settings, if there's a single parent as a result of divorce, we also have resources for kind of individuals who are thinking about a divorce, going through a divorce, trying to figure out co-parenting, and then building a relationship with your child, how to kind of navigate that. So we have those resources as well. In terms of your second question of translation, and I'll be honest, we don't have the funding. would love to have that available, and if you know a millionaire, please send them my way, because we're always looking for funding, because there's just so much work that needs to be done. We don't have it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I would encourage you, I know, I'm part of a group called Muslim Mental Health Group. So if there is if you are a Muslim mental health professional and you're not on that group, please let me know, we'll try to get you added. But oftentimes, individuals in the Middle East will give us resources and say, hey, there's this thing in Arabic. We've seen a lot in Arabic. Some resources are available in Farsi and Urdu. I don't know if there are other languages. There are some resources in Somali, but they're far and few between. So, and if there are specific resources you need, we'll talk afterwards. I can help between myself and any of the other speakers. You could probably help get you those resources.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for your presentation. I like the most that you focus on research-based issues, not all, even not research issues. The concern I have that most parents or most people, when they deal with youth, they don't know the result of those research. They learn to do it from the culture. Even your presentation is good for the providers, for the teachers, but even us, you presented so much information and so much resources, which is wonderful, but I really would like if you can have certain sessions focus on maybe one issue to apply the research result in a practical life, so we know how to apply it, then we can convey that to our patients.
Definitely. So we have a number of different workshops available that will take one topic and deep dive. I think the purpose from the organizer's perspective is they wanted to kind of give a high-level overview to help you realize that there's a lot out there. And maybe, if they're able to get subsequent funding, we can have that in the next session, and I would recommend that you share that with the organizers. I do know some of the community, local massages. I was in ISM last night doing a workshop for the teachers in Salam Academy. The Muslim leadership met with me afterwards, and they said they want to have more ongoing workshops where we can go into a lot more detail. So I would encourage you to contact the Muslim leadership, speak with the organizers here and say, no, these are the topics that we need more detail in, and go a little bit more depth. Definitely would love to do that. If you want, on our website you have a list of our workshops, and that would be a great place to start.
Thank you.
Any more questions? I have room for one more.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. In the work that we do with our peaceful home, and also even with some of our youth programs, one of the probably biggest problems we have is this concept that seems to permeate in many areas of the community that that these are private issues, we don't take them outside the home, and nobody wants to talk about it, and it's kind of sticking your head in the sand, but then of course you can't resolve anything if you don't address it. And then other people don't know that this is going on. This community, and we're not a huge community, at least the people that I know of, we had just this past year 4 suicides, which is very significant. But it was also the elephant in the room that nobody talked about. Not one person used that word. So how are we going to kind of get beyond this, about talking about these issues, saying that, nobody has a problem saying I have cancer, So how do we get beyond that? Again, this is cultural, it's not Islamic, but it's having such a significant impact.
Yeah, and I started talking a little bit about that, but then started going a different way. I think recognize that as an issue. Like if, for example, yourself and other community leaders can kind of get together and really put together a roadmap of, okay, this is an issue. How are we going to address it? Now, part of it is when people see people they respect talk about mental health in a positive way, in a way that kind of helps kind of within the religious tradition, that makes a huge difference. It's starting to make a difference. Secondly, so I would encourage not just the imams, but the khatibs, the teachers, the talks that are available to really talk about not just suicide, but mental health in general. That's one. Second thing would be to really have mental health resources available and visibly available. Because even if, for example, you're not talking about it at that moment, if they see it's there, it's in their mind and they realize, hey, there are people and places I can go to get help. And so that's one of the reasons why we have these infographics. They cost us a pretty penny, but they can then be used by the communities and empower you, because our model is to empower you. You don't have the time and resources and research background to do the research, to put it together and be able to use it. But once it's available, you can download it from our website for free and then put it up all over the place. So that's a second thing to help visually let people know that we can talk about this in this space. And third is really, have these resources available on your website. For the schools, for the youth groups, to just mention that this is a resource available. If mental health is an issue, here's a place where you can find information, and have a list of mental health professionals, both Muslim and non-Muslims, on your website, so people know if they want help, they can get help, and these are places where you can go. And then also, so that's 4. And then the 5th one would be to also talk about and have public health campaigns. And just talking about mental health and how it makes a difference. Because one of the things is also helping people realize that their experience that they're feeling, it doesn't have to be that way. And so you can give experiences from the CETA. You can give experiences from leaders that they see in their community. They can see the experiences from national leaders. A lot of people are increasingly able and willing to talk about it. And as we start bringing those experiences and having that public health campaign, it helps to reduce the stigma.
She's the founding director of the annual Muslim Mental Health Conference, a managing editor of the Journal of Muslim Mental Health, and is also the director of the Muslim Mental Health Consortium at Michigan State, our partner for our conference here today. I first met her when she used to have her Muslim Mental Health Conference in Lansing every year. But since that time, she's taken it to the national and the international stage, holding it at the U.S. Institute for Peace in Washington, D.C., and then in Malaysia and Jordan. Her focus has been cultural psychiatry, and she has spearheaded numerous efforts aimed at addressing the barriers in the Muslim American community that stigmatize mental health. Providing culturally appropriate care to Muslim patients is her specialty, and she's received numerous honors and awards for her work, from the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the American Psychiatric Foundation, and the Michigan chapter of the Association of Pakistani Physicians in North America. We're very excited to have her here tonight to shed some light for all of us on why cultural literacy is so important in the field of mental health. Please join me in giving her a warm welcome.
So I was sitting at the end of the room, and I was already wondering how am I going to go after Dr. Al-Ninowy, am I saying it right? Yeah. And then Dr. Sameera Ahmed, and then of course they add the lunch on top of it. So with the soul, food for the tummy and food for the mind and soul. Let's talk about, so first of all, so very happy to be here and partnering with Milwaukee Muslim Women Association to bring this work here. Because one thing that really was still surprising to me, that we have been working on Muslim mental health for at least last 20 years. And some people have been working on it longer than that. And I was still surprised to come here and to see how people are not familiar or aware of all
the work that's already being done. So for me, Family Youth Institute is like, whenever I get into a situation and have a feeling or thought that, oh my God, how am I gonna navigate that? Literally next morning, I find a toolkit to support it. So thank you God, and thank you Sameera Ahmed, and thank you Family Youth Institute. So my role, I describe myself as practicing Muslim, mental health advocate, and a very reluctant researcher. So I'm so glad that the research, so I realized early on when I started working as a mental health provider in Michigan that I was very concerned that I wasn't seeing, so I was told that Michigan is one of the largest Muslim population areas, but I wasn't seeing that in my patients. But at the same time, when I would be in a community function or Islamic center, somebody would take me to the corner and whisper to me like, I need to talk to you, but not here. So there was one day particularly that I got really concerned. So we have a young Muslim youth, and he's very psychotic. And the Islamic center calls me, and the family calls me to help intervene. And I get there, and he is threatening to kill his family. And he kind of escapes from the home. And we have the local police involved, we are looking for him, trying to keep him safe and the family safe. Finally, we realize that he's at the Islamic center praying his Jummah prayer. So even in his psychosis, he's remembering to go pray. So I was like, perfect, let's just go there, bring the ambulance, and admit him directly to the hospital from the masjid. And the parents tell me, anywhere but masjid. We cannot bear the shame of bringing it in front of them. And that day I said, nowhere but masjid. I realized the work has to start at the Islamic Center. So I also realized, so I got the American Psychiatric Association Minority Fellowship grant. And at that point I realized there is a group of academicians who are doing research under Muslim mental health. And I also realized that it's great, we need the research, we need the numbers, but I also wanted to translate it to the community, where the community benefits from it, from a person on the street can benefit from it, and how to navigate the crisis, right? So I think my role, I early on realized my role, so the stars were already there, we just needed a star to kind of, bring visibility to them, to display them. So that's where the first Muslim Mental Health Conference came into being, and it's in its 14th year, and then 15th year we will come back to Michigan. But as we started working on it, I realized that I need to, so it started in Lansing, Michigan, but then I realized the need, so we started taking it to different states, and from the states I realized that, there's so much global work that needs to be done. So I think a lot of points have been made, and I'm just gonna briefly try and bring it together so that it's not too heavy on your mind or your stomach right now. So I identify myself as cultural psychiatrist, but also I want to let you know that as far as Muslim mental health is concerned, I remember the first time I advertised Muslim Mental Health Conference, I got 2 emails, and I talk about it all the time. So that would describe you the bridge that I needed to build. So one email was from an imam who got really angry. How dare you put Muslim and mental in the same word? How can you call Muslim mental, right? Something somebody mentioned here. The other email I get is, I'm so glad you are fixing that. All the Muslims, they're mentally mental. So you know how mental is, they think it's about illness, not about health. So I'm glad you're fixing them, right? So that's where my work was cut out. But I want you to know that Muslim mental health movement is a thriving movement. It's a very well-oiled machine. We are all working at different levels and tiers. We are augmenting each other's work, developing on each other's work, collaborating, partnering, and right now, it's amazing. From awareness to acceptance, we are now working on access. So how do we improve the access? There's a lot of work being done, and if you just put Muslim mental health, there's amazing names would come out. And I'm very happy to say, although my Muslim mental health conference still is the only conference of its kind, it's a very academic conference where the very highly peer-reviewed research is presented, but then there are trainings, webinars, and imams are central to the work. So, but I'm very happy to tell you, if you Google it, I don't show up till maybe 20th or 25th name now, because the work is just amazing work that's being done. So congratulations to everyone who's contributing to it. So that said and done, faith-based mental health has also become a very important reality in America. So what we are realizing, American Psychiatric Association now has APA guideline for faith leaders. So this is a national movement, global movement and a national movement to bring faith into your mental health, wellness, and resiliency. So that is a big shift that has occurred as well. So I want to bring it back to culture. I know we have talked about culture and we sometimes forget, we think of culture as so stagnant and something that's is passed on from generation to generation. But literally, we have to rethink it. Culture is also what you are going to cultivate, what you are going to create. So it is like there would be certain pieces and parts that move on from generation to generation, but it does get the impact of environment, what is happening around us, global warming, COVID. So we are realizing things impact these values, these practices. And so it becomes really important that we all take a proactive role and also decide what kind of culture are we going to cultivate around us? Is it going to be inclusive? Is it going to be based on wellness? And is it going to take care of the trauma and bring trauma-informed language into it? So we all are participants of it. And I always talk about it, that there are a few things we can really start working on. One thing is visibility is viability. Until unless we break away from, what happens is when you try and keep things under silence, you're breeding shame, and from shame comes stigma. When things come out in open, there is no issue that you cannot work on or find a cure for. So in the end, before I start my presentation, I think we should understand our roles. Are we part of the problem, or are we going to be part of the solution? It's as simple as that. Also, my journey to faith-based mental health was other way around. So I was practicing Muslim or a Muslim, born Muslim, but I did not had that understanding of my faith from a theology level, or like some of us are more aware of and have studied it. My journey was from a mental health perspective. I wanted to look at my religion and my practices from a mental health perspective. And I realized the first book of mental health is the Quran. And the first person that I see practicing very well mental hygiene is the Prophet. So I'm going to talk about that too. So we know culture is shared beliefs, customs, behavior. Literally, first thought of the day you have, food we are eating, everything is culture, right? But it is also, how are we going to tell our stories? What are we going to celebrate? What are we going to include? And What is our past? What is our present? What is our future gonna look like? That all is part of the culture. And I also want to talk about when we say that using word mental has the stigma, or we should change it. No, we should normalize it. We should move the focus from illness to wellness. And I will be very cliche here. If you add "we" in front of illness, it becomes wellness, right? So we all have to take a stand and say, you know, why are we hiding it? Why are we not talking about it? But we have already talked a lot about cultural identity. I just want to bring it, I wanted to create an image around it, that how difficult it is. And we all have these parts to our identity. But I also want to make a point, just quickly. Pick 3 pieces of this as your identity, right? Then as a system, I come in and I say, you know what, I'm going to accept 2 pieces of your identity, third is unacceptable to me. How would you feel? Which part are you going to give up? That's where the structural impact of racism comes. The part of isolation and alienation and discrimination comes. So that, and of course, when you put religion and the impact of immigration, that there is poverty, you are just increasing the vulnerability. So mental health doesn't have to be in a silo. Mental health has to be central piece of this our narrative. Because everything we think, we do, or we invest in, everything is about your mental wellness and mental health. You cannot practice faith if you don't have mental health. You cannot have healthy relationships if you don't have mental health. You cannot have healthy profession, successful profession, if you don't have mental health. So I don't understand when we say mental health is separate. It is central. So we have talked about this already, that how each piece is so very important. And I think when we come, and I teach I teach medical schools, and now that the care has become very patient-centered, it has gone back to looking at the whole person. The person is not diabetes, person is not just depression, person is a whole person. They have a history. And why is it important? Because especially when it comes to mental health or even IBS or anything, it's not the disease, it's the perception of the disease that has the impact on the outcome. What am I suffering from? And that is defined not by medical books, that's defined by how I was raised, what food was given to me, what my parents were talking about, what is my community thinking about it. That perception of the disease has become so very integral and important to understand. And you would not understand it if you don't take all parts of that person. So I know somebody mentioned separation of religion and medicine, like religion and science. It surprises me. Because you live in a country where the census and research shows 75 to 80% of Americans do belong to an organized religion. So how can you not have that discussion with your patients? Why would you be reluctant not to ask about their faith? And faith doesn't have to be organized religion. Faith could be tree hugging, faith could be yoga, faith could be spirituality, it could be anything, right? It doesn't have to be part of an organized religion. But it's a discussion which is very integral and important. So I feel that the medical students and residents, they hesitate talking about it because we have not trained them. So that's where I feel that faith, spirituality, religiosity, or whatever way they are finding their healing, is an important part of the discussion. This is why this is important, right? There's not gonna be a majority minority. Right now, just if you looked at different speakers, we all were coming and talking about Muslims, right? But look at the diversity within us. We all are at different intersection of culture, religion, spirituality, background, South Asian, Arab, or Hyderabad, India, Hyderabad, Pakistan. We are like all over the place, right? But when we are put under one umbrella and we are taught, assume that we all are thinking the same, we all are practicing the same, and so, that's why sometimes I feel cultural competency, the way it is taught, you end up stereotyping people more than understanding them. Simply, there's no way we can all be competent in everybody else's culture. Simple way is active listening, validation, empathy. When I came here, I had a professional baseball player, one of my first clients in therapy, and he lost his contract, and he was devastated. Young, handsome, newly married, new parent, and for me, it was so hard to comprehend. For me, baseball was something you did in school part-time, you would just stand in the sand and hit something. Why was baseball so important? So I went to him and I said, walk me through it. I'm new to the country. Tell me, what does it mean to play professional baseball? And as he was teaching me about professional baseball, the narrative started making it clear for him that he actually didn't want to play because what happens, the professional baseball players, 1 and 2 end up in divorce or substance use or depression. He said, I'm in a place in my life that I don't need it anymore. But I didn't have to, it helped me educate. So that's all you all have to do. Because sometimes I'm asked this, what do Muslims think, what do Muslims need? Yes, the guidelines has to be there. It's important to understand, like something simple like we fast for 30 days. And of course, 20 years in the country, I'm still asked, not even water? And I swear every year the same people would ask me. And ask me every day of the Ramadan, no, not even water? Not even water. So we now have t-shirts, right? Not even water. So call it competency, call it sensitivity, humility, simple thing. Respect, and how are you gonna respond? Not react. To me, it was mind-boggling. I don't belong, but I feel connected to Michigan State University, one of the leading public universities, right? When I first got there, they were still teaching cultural competency as tolerance. Think of it as tolerance. Now, if I tell you all in the room, I'm gonna tolerate you. How does that feel? Yeah? It's about my comfort. And tolerate you for how long? 15 minutes, 1 hour, maybe till you end the lunch? So, acceptance. Simple thing, acceptance, right? When we say acceptance, it's a non-judgmental, like you said, compassionate, non-judgmental validation. That I don't care how many pieces of identity you are gonna bring. To me, everything is acceptable. And if I don't know anything, any part of your identity or anything I don't know, Ramadan or any concern, walk me through it. I'm gonna actively listen. I'm not gonna make assumptions or judge, I will validate. That's where the healing happens. And mind you, this is a work that we are continuing to do within our communities as well. I think this is the piece we really need to focus on. Much more important to know what sort of a patient has a disease than what sort of a disease a patient has, right? Our medical practice, I was an internist. I switched to psychiatry just based on this. Because when I was rounding with my internist attending, only thing I heard was diabetes, numbers look bad, labs look bad. And I was like, but how's the patient coping? How's the family coping? So he was like, are you okay? We have 15 minutes. You can sit, you can sit and talk to the family. Culturally appropriate care. Again, understand, non-judgmental, compassionate, active listening. And again, do not react, do not react, do not react. Because another piece that I see in especially in our mental health field is, it's so easy when we, and I tell my residents never to use this word in front of me, personality disorder, right? This person is difficult. This person is this. Like you said, the Sahabi that was drinking. What is trauma-informed care? What is culturally appropriate care? You do not focus and say, what is wrong with you? What wrong happened to you? What wrong is happening to you? Focus on the behavior. Everything is not like you are good, bad, evil. You know, that's something. I don't think my God thinks like that. My Imam might, but my God doesn't. So how do we bring Imams to that level, right? And by the way, I will tell you one interesting, funny story, and I will go quickly through my slides. So the first time we invited Imams to Muslim Mental Health Conference, and wonderful Imams in Michigan, and they are all my BFFs now. But the first time, so there was one presentation that one of the residents was talking about a verse of Quran, and the Imam got really upset and started walking out of the conference. And I ran after him. I said, I will not let you walk away because this is an initiative that's so important. If we are doing anything wrong, come and guide us. But please, you cannot walk away. I'm like your younger sister. He said, what do you think how old I am? You're not my younger sister. I said, I don't care. Call me your aunt. Come back to the conference and guide us. That's how you build alliances, right? And another research that I'm working on is mental health of the imams, because we don't talk about how the faith leaders are also suffering from mental struggles and compassionate for them. So, and now that Imam and I are very good friends, and we are still fighting who's older. So, of course, growing need, and we have already talked about it so much in detail. This is so important to understand, because the media out there is propagating a certain kind of cookie-cutter Muslim. And they talk about Islamic culture, which is historically, they identify Arabs as the Muslim, right? But interestingly, most of the Arabs in this country actually initially were Christians who came here. Even in Dearborn, till today, the Arabs are predominantly Christian. So again, last 20 years, not all Arabs Muslim, not all Muslims Arab. That has to be a t-shirt too. So, Islamic culture is also defined by what country you are coming from. So we might have some common practices, but what Islamic culture is going to be for me is going to be very different for someone else. But what is the true culture of Islam? This is what amazed me. Islam is one religion that's completely based on mental competency. So you can be born as a Muslim, but when you become a practicing Muslim, you should understand. You should say it, you should believe it, you should act on it, but you should understand mental competency. So when we talk about Sharia, another dangerous word, right? The laws of Islam, right? Sharia is what? Protection of your faith, protection of life, protection of your intellect. So very important. And I realize all practices in our religion, it is so important that you protect your intellect. So why was alcohol prohibited? Same reason anger was prohibited. Or anything khimr, which is addictive, was prohibited. Anything that moves you away from your mental clarity. Why is excesses of any kind prohibited? Anything that takes you away from your mental clarity becomes so important. So to me, religion, Islam, is very synonymous to mental health and wellness because that's the integral piece of it. That's where the society piece, the research that's going on, that where is it was prohibited and where we see more flexibility. Why? If you are mentally competent and you are taking away your life out of sheer hopelessness, that nothing can help you. And that, but if you are depressed and not doing well, if you are mentally ill and you end up, because of the psychic pain, end up taking your life, there's more flexibility around it. And there are historical incidences. So it's very interesting. In Quran it says again and again, La taqnatu, la tahinu, la tahzinu. Don't lose hope. Don't get exhausted. Don't get tired. And what does it mean? That yes, as human you will face struggles and you will get depressed. But take care of yourself. Take breaks. What is namaz, salah? 5 times. Take breaks. Take mental health breaks. If you are going to have healthy relationships, then you are creating healthy families. Healthy families will create healthy communities. And healthy communities will contribute to healthy society. So every act of wellness flows into welfare, flows in the community. So start with the individual, but bring it to the community. You know, we are living in a time period where isolation is a pandemic and is as bad a carcinogen as smoking. So Islam took care of that. So everything, fasting starts with your wellness. How does it turn to welfare? Because it makes you aware of those going without means, and then you are encouraged to open the fast in the community. Share the meal with your neighbors, or share the meal with those who don't have it. Every act flows that way. And not the. So if I'm doing anything, this is my journey to Islam. And of course, we have talked about it, that we cannot put mental illness in the same sentence like spiritual weakness. And this is something I also see common in every faith community has this struggle. It's not common to Islam only, it's every faith community struggles with this. And it's interesting with my global work, what I realized. So you talked about this. And what I realized, so I went with this presentation that Quran says jinns don't possess, and and I'm in Malaysia. And one of the leading psychologists, he just passed away, Professor Malik Badri. His presentation is all on mental illness and jinn possession. Like, what's common? So I'm sitting there and I realized Malaysia's one of the biggest research grant is understanding jinn possession and how it overlaps with mental mental illness. So that's cultural competency, right? How I changed my presentation right at that moment. So again, I could not go with the narrative that no, there is no, I want to understand what their experience is. And if I'm going to treat someone with that belief, then I would want to hear and understand and maybe make it clear. So what happens now? I have a young patient recently in Ramadan. He was fasting, praying a lot, and started to have experiences of hell and death. We forgot to mention it was after using cannabis too. So, also, pain is so very interesting. How do we describe pain, express pain? Am I going to present with irritable bowel? Am I going to feel psychic pain, spiritual pain? It's very different and defined by your culture. So we have to be familiar. So somebody from South Asia or Arab community, they come in with more somatizations, right? Weight pains, my heart is breaking, my head is full of gas, my stomach is full of gas, right? And I have to walk beyond the words to understand where is this pain coming from. So idioms of distress, especially those coming from Harvard, know that they have a whole directory now to understand that. And also we know that when it came to mental health, and I'm glad Sameera presented that maybe for the youth it's changing, but for the average community still, the mental health providers come very late. And we see them in very severe situations, either legal or hospitalization. So that's why I understood that we have to start engaging faith leaders, family, community leaders, religious, so we all are stakeholders. We all have to play a role. This is the collaborative care we have established with imams, and you can see the picture from one of the trainings right there. And thank you.
I'm a therapist, and this is really normal that you're having nightmares. This is the person who survived, who saw the shooter, who was there in the mosque. Said, every day I can't sleep because of those nightmares. Are you sure it's okay? Okay. Yeah. And by the way, all of those people were refugees themselves from New Zealand. The next morning, his wife called me, this person, he was Afghani, and she said, this is the first night that he sleeps. So, normalizing, and then again, I didn't have to tell him, oh, maybe this is a PTSD symptom. And that's another thing that, how, the idea of not to jump to, even when we know that, of course, these are the symptoms. I'm gonna skip that because I think, shall I say? Yeah, I'm gonna skip that. You know about trauma, you know about the symptoms. It's again, if we look at them as a response, as part of the story, how they responded to what happened to them, it makes a huge difference. Now, terminology, when we think, I'm just adding this here because people always ask me, what is the difference? Usually if you read about them in research, we're either having people talk about immigrants in general or sometimes refugees in general, and that's kind of under it you will see that sometimes they include the asylum seekers, unaccompanied minors, and undocumented status. It's just something for you to know that sometimes that's the case. Now, the difference is that for refugees, they're super legal. They're more legal than any other person. And in many places where I worked, they would worry about that. So their reaction would be like, oh, are they legal or not? That's kind of the first thing before they're thinking of how they're going to help them. So they're very legal. So one of the so I have to confess, and it's hard for me, but I would say it's just I'm learning as I'm growing up, that I thought that I was really empathic when I worked with those refugees for 4 years. I really thought so, because I know, like, I'm a caring person, and I wouldn't have been in this field, in this very challenging field. And I would hear about, like, yeah, refugee, you know, you can't go back home because you're afraid. But when you hear your own people becoming refugees, it's a whole different story. And part of me, I feel like, yeah, why not? Like, why do I think that Syrians shouldn't be? You know, when I told you we used to be like very generous with like other people from, like, you know, Iraqis, Palestinians, Lebanese. But then I was like, what is this? Like, it's coming from a place of arrogance, kind of. Like, why would like Syrians become refugees? But I tried it with students whenever I spoke, and I say, imagine if somebody tells you, American refugees. The American refugees are drowning in the ocean. And you would see this, especially, you know, with the undergrad, you would see this like look of like as if it can't be happening. That's how I felt about Syrians. And honestly, it was like an eye-opening experience, especially here. That was, every time I look at this slide, it's really hard for me, because my Vietnamese clients used to talk about their trip to Thailand from Vietnam and how they would tell me the story, and I would be like, yeah, you know, I just thought like, you know, mashallah, like I'm really empathic. But really, when the same thing happened, you would see the same thing happening to Syrians, you just feel like, wow, there's a layer that I couldn't really feel. Now, I'm not, of course, we can't ask everybody to have the same experience, but I would say just to kind of check our stereotypes, check really how we feel, because there is, you know, sometimes we might feel that we're empathic, but maybe we're not empathic enough, maybe we can do more. With this client, she's from Nepal. Actually, one of the tips that I would like to leave you with is very, very, yeah, I still have 2 minutes, hopefully I can, as much as I can. She would say, I need to see a doctor for her headache, and I went with her every single time, maybe 10 times to see this primary physician for a headache, and she doesn't, you know, like she was healthy, but of course, we talked about like somatic symptoms and, you know, whether headaches or stomachache. But what I learned working with this women is the idea of the importance of interpretation, when you the relationship that you have with the interpreter. So I can't know all the languages as I can't know all the cultures, but what I can do is really be open again and excited and curious, and my body language would show that. So what I used to do is to sit with interpreters. I was able to do that. I understand some people won't be able to at the luxury of time. But just to ask the interpreter, tell me about, you know, what happened. So I would ask her, and then I would ask the interpreter alone, because I want to see, like, you know, like, what is really she saying, what's normal, not normal, kind of like, what is, you know, in the culture. She was in a refugee camp for 20 years. So the interpreter has an amazing role in helping me understand the culture. And we couldn't communicate, like, of course, because she didn't speak any word of English, but we also used to draw things. So after the whole idea of headaches and her headache became better, she started to draw things to me. And I thought that was really an amazing progress. So the idea of asking interpreters, and also teaching clients that there are services that they don't know about, that they need, their rights of, like, you know, using the language line or having an interpreter. That's also important, so they can get help. So you become a natural, like, you know, advocate when you work with refugees, and this is one of the tips that really helps. I'm going to skip through that. The idea of here talking about the different kind of layers of trauma is that people think that since they're here, that means it's the best world. We're so glad you're here. You should be done with all what you went through. Nobody says it like this, but it's just like the assumption of, like, wow, you're here, you know. And so, you know, for people who came, of course, you have. I'm just going to skip through that. Where they went through a lot of different types of trauma, that even on the way, look at the refugee camps, and look at the situations in the refugee camps, and then even when they resettle, actually, you're still, like, if you are kind of in between, like some people were in Lebanon or Jordan or Turkey, so they can't work, they don't have access to education, or healthcare, and then they come to here, and I mean, okay, we're glad they're here. I'm not saying it's not a very important step, but also there's always this question of like, am I normal? Am I not normal? And again, if you're working with refugees, I just invite you to think about like if you ever move to a new place, or if you for work or for studying or moving homes, what would you think about, and how would you feel at the beginning? So this will help you kind of be more connecting better with the client. We're not going to have time to watch this. Maybe you can take just write it down, and you can find it online. This is the experience of a Syrian family that I worked with when they came in 2014. Now they're much better, I have to say. But if you're working with refugees, it helps to see what they're saying about how they feel about here, like the difficulties of being in school, and how they make them feel that they're stupid because they don't speak the language, and so. Okay. Yeah, and we talked, Dr. Ahmed talked about discrimination, and Dr. talked about identity. So imagine what it is when we think about another layer of being a refugee and not understanding the language, which is huge. Yeah. Do I have 2 minutes? 2:20? Yeah, 2:20. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just having some of the issues that we see. Thinking about the family dynamics, and again, Dr. Ahmed also talked about the importance of parenting and how that's gets affected by many factors. But here, imagine that most important role is that those parents feel that as if they don't have any agency, like they don't have any role to play, especially now when their kids are asked to interpret for them. And asked to, they feel like one of the mothers told me, like, my son is getting very angry at me, and I really feel stupid. And I told her, if you are the mother, you know more than anybody else. It's all about how you feel about that. It's very important to remember. Yes, their school is helping, it's learning, but it's very important to empower and to help and support those families, and women are working more than men. That's another issue. A lot of men are going through they're having depressive symptoms, and they're finding it difficult to work because they had some assumptions. But for women, they've been really, at least in Chicago, they've been showing a lot of resilience. So I'm sure we gave me less than half an hour. Okay, so at the Harvard Program for Refugee Trauma, they mentioned this, the instruments for healing. To start with school, work, spirituality, to focus on the community healing versus individual healing. And that's, again, like we need to give, in this video, it's like we talk about an agency and where do we start if you feel like you don't know where to start? And even clinicians, I'm talking about, teachers, clinicians, if you're in school, how can I make this place more comfortable for the student? How can the sheikh, the doctor in the morning talked about the smile. And actually one of the refugees, she used to tell me, I like now going to school because I had a teacher, every time when she saw me, she will do like this. She would do because the child, that's the same one in the video actually, it's all about this family today, couldn't really smile. You could see that she couldn't smile. So she would just do this with her fingers. And so she said that the teacher will smile and she will ask me to smile. And think about just smile to make this child feel comfortable and to make her like to go to school. So any act, what did he say in the morning? If you live, you give? Yeah. So any act, any we know in Islam, a smile is rewarded, like a good word is rewarded because that affects us so much. So also if we help people with their work, again, and even in school or work or at any healthcare facility, it's not that people are stupid, they don't know. It's just a different system. If you go to the Middle East now, you will have to deal with a different system. If we think about it that way, it will change our kind of like interaction as like, let me teach you this. And we human beings, we know it, right? We know when people are kind of trying to fake it, or pity us, or make us feel as if we don't understand. So that's crucial. Body language is crucial. Eye contact is crucial. Even if, do I know how to work with all refugees? Absolutely not. But first, we need to kind of start with our self-awareness of like, what is coming out of me? How comfortable I am? What do I think about this person? I think this will take you like more than halfway of the like healing process. I think I'll stop with that. We're doing research in Chicago. If anyone is interested, we're having like group therapy for refugee children in schools. We can talk about that after I finish. Yeah, and I think I'll just stop here. I'll just mention, one last thing, I promise. Post-traumatic growth. This person, Stan McCracken, taught me this concept in 2010, that usually people, when they think about Syrian refugees in general, they think about, where there should be some PTSD symptoms. And I've noticed it myself. They say refugees, as if we say equals PTSD. Wow, this concept. So the research has been there for a while. Post-traumatic growth, which focuses on the idea that human beings are so resilient and they can bounce forward if they get sufficient support. So what will happen, they will be learning from their experiences, therefore it will help them grow. So if we look at them from this lens, I think we'll do a lot of healing in the world. Thank you so much for
Welcome back up, Dr. Omar Reda. Didn't get to introduce him fully earlier, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. He received his master's degree from Harvard University in Refugee and Global Mental Health after completing medical school in Libya. And while undergoing extensive training with the University of Tennessee, he's now a board-certified psychiatrist.
So thank you very much for being patient with us. It's afternoon on Saturday. So thank you very much. That shows your commitment and how much invested you are in healing. I also want to thank the speakers and thank Sister Janan and her team for putting such an amazing event. And it's very difficult to talk after some of my teachers and some of the pioneers in the field. But I thought I would talk briefly about my own experience working with refugees. I come from Benghazi, Libya. I came to the United Kingdom as an asylum seeker after Mr. Gaddafi decided to place my name under his wanted list because of the humanitarian activities I engaged in. I was an emergency room physician in Libya. I loved doing ER. First I thought I was going to become a brain surgeon because my sister died of brain cancer. But every time I go to the OR, I faint. So after I fainted 3 times, they told me, you can never be unconscious brain surgeon. So really they told me, you pass your surgery rotation. Don't ever come back to our OR. I did sneak into the OR one last time when my wife was having a C-section. And the minute I saw my baby coming out, I can hear the gynecologist saying, oh my God, on the floor. So just a disclosure, I created a program called Untangled. Untangled that aims to break the cycle of dysfunction caused by trauma that can affect families, that can go from one generation to another. Throughout the years of working on Untangled, I received lots of support from different organizations. This is my second time coming to Wisconsin, and the community here is very impressive. I wanted you guys to be very proud of the things that you do here. And today, because you are very patient and wonderful audience, I'm going to gift you Untangled, my book, for free. I'm going to send it to you by email, so your electronic copy. If you are interested, please email me, and I'll be happy to send you an electronic copy of Untangled. Currently, I'm working on another book called The Wounded Healer. I'm going to talk about towards the end of this talk. I will try to go very quickly. Sister Hadia, she did not have enough time for her presentation. So we'll try to talk about how to be humble working with refugees, how be sensitive and knowing that we also matter. So taking care of our needs is very important. I'm a big believer in self-care for the caregivers. So this is an activity that sometimes I engage families with, and that's available online, but this is how my children worked on this is specific activity. So throughout the years, I went to Libya, we went to the Syrian, Turkish border, worked with refugees in the Calais refugee camp. It was a wonderful experience, the Gaziantep area there in Turkey. I went to Cox's Bazar with a wonderful group here. Actually, we have Taha, who was 15. We went to Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, to work with the Rohingya refugees. So he was spending the summer with spring break, actually, in a refugee camp. So very impressive 15-year-old. Thank you for being here today. So my 3 daughters, I asked them, to do this activity. What represents your roots? What represents your trunk? What represents your extremities or branches if you are a tree? So for us, as a family, we came up, our roots, our family, and our faith. Both are very important for us. Our trunk represents family values, things that are very important coming from our culture. And then our branches are the things that we contribute. Maybe it's community service, but it's also self-care. So don't forget about yourself. This is very near and dear to my heart because I lost some colleagues who left the field, who are engaging in self-destructive behaviors, maybe in drug addiction, and others who we lost for suicide, unfortunately. And this pandemic has been a nightmare for caregivers. We also did the activity about the house. What's the definition between a house or a home? Usually, a house becomes a home because of the family dynamics that are built on safety and trust. So what's your foundation? What will affect the protection and the exposure and the nurture? These or dynamics we engage. When I go, for example, to a refugee camp and I come back home to Portland, I find my children to be very anxious because they are afraid they're going to lose their dad. Then I have to teach myself play and art therapy, and we engage in silly activities like staring contests so we can re-establish eye contact. We do thumb war so we can establish safe touch. And sometimes they come and ride on my back. These are very, very important for me because these are things that brought safety, brought back some normalcy to my household, and they helped really cure my PTSD. I have lots of trauma coming from Libya, going through the refugee experience, but also after the Arab Spring started in 2011. Actually, Libya started very, very shortly before Syria. So we started on February 17th. I believe Syria started early March. So subhanAllah, I lost family members for the war. I lost some for ISIS after they took over Libya. They killed some of my family members. I lost some for political divisions. Some of my brothers, they supported the old regime. Others, they supported the new revolution. So trauma can break or make a family system. So it's very, very important for me to talk about family dynamics today, and for you to understand that family is very important for your refugee clients. Sometimes our culture, our religion, or interpretation of the religion can lead to things that can affect recovery. So some of my clients will say, I'm not going to be a burden. I'm going to just keep the secret because I don't want to burden my family. Others, they will say, I can do it on my own. And remember that as individuals, we don't live in a vacuum. Everything that we go through affects the way we cope with trauma. So it's very important for children to have 2 core beliefs. One, the world is a safe space. And the second one, adults need to be trusted with my needs. If these 2 core beliefs are shattered because adults are engaging in abusing children or causing destruction, and if the world is no longer safe because of the pandemic or racism, whatever it is, then children will start to confuse their identity and question their own beauty. And it's very difficult if children lose their voice to trauma, if they start to doubt that they are beautiful. That's like something that really breaks my heart, for children to say, I'm not beautiful, what are you talking about? We hear it a lot from children of trauma, unfortunately, and adults who are adult children of trauma too. So make sure if you have a traumatic experience, and we know the ACE score, this is something that's highly respected in the field, but remember, not everything was included in the adverse childhood experiences score. There are experiences that are more than this, like going through the refugee experience, going through racism, torture, kidnapping, whatever it is. But at least we have a start point. So this is before the age of 18, how many of these traumatic experiences have you went through? Many of us in the room might identify with 1, 2, anything more than 4 can put you at risk for future consequences that will affect your body, your mind, your heart, and your soul. And as caregivers, I want you to pay special attention to your soul. Many times we take breaks and we take care of our body. And as one of the speakers said, even when we sleep, it's not a restful sleep. During deep sleep, we process traumatic memories. So many times you take 1 week off vacation and you come very tired to work because you are just catching up because of the traumatic stories that you hear. And the more gentle you are, the more prone to compassion fatigue. But the thing that affects us the most is our soul. Our soul aches when we hear traumatic stories. That's why our PTSD is very special, and we wear it as a badge of honor. It's a moral distress rather than a mental disorder. So for traumatized children, if they don't feel that you hear them, they're going to speak louder or lose their voice. If they see that you don't see them, they're going to become invisible, or they engage in acting out and other behaviors to bring attention to themselves. And if you don't notice your children, somebody else will. They will either go to the internet and find their needs, they can engage in deviant and dangerous websites, they can be recruited into groups that are going to take them away from their value systems and so on. So trauma can lead to disruptions in many, many layers. As the pandemic has showed, it's not only the family, it's also our schools, our work, our places of worship. Everything that brings us safety has been taken away from us. And imagine if you are a child trying to navigate through all of these dynamics. I've been very lucky and blessed with mom and dad who are emotionally available parents. I'm very much a mama's boy, as you can see in the picture. I am number 6 out of 12 children. Then I lost a brother and I lost a sister, so I am number 5 out of 10. But still, it was very, very difficult for me to lose my mom in 2016. But I was very lucky that when my family contacted me, they said, Mom is in the ICU. I took 5 different planes to reach Benghazi, and then she died holding my hand, so I had some kind of closure. But many of our refugee clients don't have that. Remember, Sister Hadia said her students, like each one of them is living in a different country. Some family members, they have not seen each other in many, many years. I have not seen one of my brothers who joined Gaddafi forces since 1999. So 21 years I have not seen my brother face to face. I try to be a safe father, so these are my beautiful children. I have 3 daughters, all of them are teenagers, so wish me luck. And as a parent of trauma, I want you also to remember that you are the most important person in your children's lives, that nobody else will fill that void in their hearts except you. There is no substitute. You cannot be replaced as a parent. So whatever they bring to the table, remember that this is the exact same child that you held in your hands. You look them in the eye and you said, I'm going to love you unconditionally until the end of life. So sometimes they make us mad. Sometimes we look for the receipt where we brought them from. We try to return them. We have non-returnable items. But really, it has been a joy watching them grow up. And they grow up very quickly. Make sure that if there is damage in the relationship, try to repair it very quickly. You don't know, life is too short. I wish if I had a few extra minutes with many, many family members. I wish if I made phone calls more frequent or FaceTime them or did something to improve the relationship. I'm very lucky and blessed that I had very good relationship with all of my siblings, and I think that's one positive thing that came from my trauma story. I was not inside Libya when this mess happened. So people took sides, they were under ISIS, control. I was not there during all of it. I was there during some parts of it, and they have witnessed things that are very ugly. But talking about the trauma story doesn't mean you have to be a trauma expert. Please don't engage in trauma-focused intervention unless you receive some training. So be trauma sensitive, that's wonderful. You acknowledge that there is a big elephant in the room, but you're not going to touch the elephant here. Some of us, we try to become trauma-focused and by changing policies and procedures so we can come close to the elephant, try to describe it. Okay? But very few of us, we feel that we are comfortable enough to touch the trauma story. And even if you engage in trauma-focused interventions, it's okay to focus on resilience, coping skills, how they made it so far. You don't have to dig into their traumatic and painful details of what happened. Use the love approach. This is something I came up with, which is listening with your heart and also giving people options, validating their experience and empowering them, making them part of the solution, not only seeing them as part of the problem. And today, like I learned from Sister Abbasi, mashallah, walk me through it is something I'm going to start practicing with my clients and the refugee families that I see. Walk me through it. I haven't been in your shoes, so how is it from your perspective? Sometimes we feel drained when we use this approach, and we can bring our discomfort to our households. I encourage you not to lose the American dream chasing it. You guys work very long hours. You stay away from your families. I know people who work like 2 or 3 jobs, and they leave to work before their children wake up. They come home after children went to sleep. When I talk to them, they say, I'm chasing the American dream. I'm like, brother or sister, you are losing the American dream. Your family is the dream. So whatever happens under your family dynamics, pay attention, show appreciation, and express affection. And you can do it in ways that are very simple, keeping an eye contact, smiling, greeting, safe touch, having an open communication. Like me and my wife, we have an open door policy with the children. We told them, whatever happens, you are always allowed to come and knock on our door. And our oldest literally came 3 in the morning to share a nightmare. And they say, hey Baba, it's 3 in the morning. She's like, too bad, you told us this is a safe house, open door policy. Yes, alhamdulillah, thank God you are feeling safe around your father. And sometimes our clients will bring a difficult behavior that we classify as a resistant or borderline or whatever we call it in psychiatry. But remember, it can be a manifestation of how they're adapting to trauma. So there is a wonderful concept called the skillfully engaging traumatic adaptation. So whenever a behavior comes that's challenging, see it as an adaptation to trauma and try to skillfully engage rather than resenting your patient. Remember that as a caregiver, you have many things you can do, but I will give you 2 tools you can use today. One is called the 5R, the other is called the 4D. So I'll start with the 4D. So if your plate is full, you have 4 choices. If you have many things on your mind, you can do it immediately. So if there's something that can be done, do it immediately. So you can remove it from your checklist. The second, if you can delay it, delay it. If you can delegate it, then go for it. And then if you can ditch it completely, because maybe it's an unrealistic goal, that's fine. So do it, delay it, delegate it, and ditch it. The 5R, that's very important for self-care. Recognize the need for a break. Everybody deserves a break. The second R, you request or you demand a break. The third R, you actually relax during your break. Many of us, we use our break to catch up on social media and other things that are quite stressful. And then the fourth R, realize your priorities. Maybe the things on my plate, I can't do the 4 Ds. And the last one, you can re-engage with your clients, with your family, with the system you work in a more refreshed and more meaningful way. But the part I like to focus on today, and I know I have a few minutes, is the cultural considerations. So please remember, not everybody who comes as a refugee is a hero or a victim. It's a spectrum. Okay, being a refugee is only one part of their identity, so don't focus on that. They're not aliens, they're humans, they have families, they are like you and me. So treat them with the dignity that they deserve. If you are not equal in power, you are both equal in dignity. Use community-based approach. Maybe they wanted to consult with a local healer or a religious imam or whatever they bring to the table. Many of them, they don't understand the HIPAA laws. They want to ask you about every single detail of the therapy relationship. But don't alienate them. See them actually as allies. So use the family in your advantage. And some families are, heavily involved. Others maybe not as much. So don't paint a whole religion or a whole culture with the same brush. And remember, I don't see being trauma-informed as a burden. If it's causing you burden, that means you're not doing it the right way. Being trauma-informed means being genuine, being compassionate, being authentic. And the last thing, just when to refer. Sometimes your clients is showing symptoms that you need to send to a colleague. Maybe lots of somatic symptoms, maybe academic or social decline, psychotic symptoms, a change in their core beliefs or their language, maybe suicidal thoughts, using substance or access to lethal means. All of these are very important. And don't forget yourself. All of us are adult survivors of childhood trauma, so you deserve healing as well. Make sure that you nurse your wounds, build a community of care. Sometimes we cannot do it on our own. Let us lean on one another. This is why I wrote The Wounded Healer, my upcoming book. So you are a very, very important part of the relationship. Focus on your biological needs, your psychological needs, your social needs, your spiritual needs, because we are made of a body, mind, heart, and soul. And I will just finish with the things that cured my PTSD, leaning on my family, my faith, using gratitude and engaging in acts of community service. And this is what we did in Portland, Oregon. And we started Untangled, which is education, training, creating safe spaces, and culturally humble resources and services. So we do parenting workshops and seminars here and overseas. We do marriage seminars. This one I actually called it Will You Remarry Me? So remember, if I say a psychosocial workshop, nobody will show up. And we call it Out of the Shadows, 13 Reasons Why. It was the most well attended. 200 children showed up to that talk about suicide. But the marriage seminar, I re-proposed to my wife and she said, I have to think about it. We take the children once a year on a trauma-informed retreat and camps, and these are technology-free. This one is called Camp Sila, in Arabic means connection. This is Camp Mahara. We did it this year because Mahara in Arabic means skill building. So we try to build the skills that children lost for the pandemic. Sometimes the community will ask for crisis hotline or response team. And I wrote a number of books out of this wonderful experience. You don't have to go to a refugee camp to heal people. There are people in your community, there are people under your own door. Make sure that you pay attention to your small family. That's why during the quarantine season, we built the daughter-father bond YouTube. We have 60 videos on YouTube that connect Muslim daughters with their fathers, because that's dynamic usually is missing in the Muslim culture. The Wounded Healer is going to be released in February 2022 to honor you, all of you who are on the front lines. And I do this work because I lost my sister for brain cancer, I lost my nephew for terrorism, and I lost my mom recently. And she is everything that I do in her memory and her legacy. She used to visit families of the deceased. She goes to the sick in the hospitals. These are total strangers. And I say, Mom, why are you doing this? You don't know them. And she said, I know that they are in pain. So if I show up, maybe I can take away some of their pain. So this is the kind of mom that I'm very proud to represent today. And thank you very much.
Hadia? I wanted to just, we have a few more minutes here, and this is a really important topic. So if anybody has any questions, Dr. Reda and Hadia Zarzour will be up here and can try and answer some of them, because I know a lot of people here who work with refugees and their families. So if anybody has any questions.
Thank you both. Thank you so much. But can you talk more about, I think something that Hadia mentioned, that the concept that you are safe now, so all your troubles are over, right? But what we know, the research shows that the mental health and the physical health is worse 10 years down the road. So if we are in a safe environment, we should be thriving. But what we know of, an immigrant out of choice or refugees, the health actually goes down, is worse than 10 years down. So if you can talk about the struggle, actually starts at that point too.
Yes, yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Abbas. Actually, we've seen, because, at the beginning, refugees are so much focused on just, understand, kind of figuring out where to go and how, where they're living, where do they go to school, how to manage their day-to-day activities. What we've seen, now they've been, at least in Chicago since 2015, I would say after 2 years, we started to see a lot of problems coming up. We have domestic abuse, we have youth involving in drugs, we have, but also families, especially mothers, they started to talk about their kids' isolation or aggression. Now they're able to focus on that because they figured out other stuff. Which is, in a way, we're happy to help them. We're happy that usually mothers come because of their children, so that's a kind of a door for us, for the whole family. But yeah, the problem is, especially with Syrians, and I guess not only Syrians, with Libyans, with many refugees, is that it's still going on. That's the thing. It's not. And when you don't see it in the media, that's another problem. That when you get some support and compassion when you see the news, about Syria, Libya, Egypt back in the day, or it depends on what's happening in the world. But then, so you feel supported in a way. But now when it's not in the media and it's still going on, I think that's another layer. So I would say it's an ongoing process of healing, but in different layers. I don't know what you want to add.
I think you did an amazing job. Just if I can go back to that candy exercise very quickly, because there's nothing free in this country. Yeah? That was a trick. I gave you a favorite candy because I want to ask you a question. Why that specific candy? Why didn't you pick another one? Anybody want to answer?
Because it was familiar. I'm familiar with that, actually. I used to love it in Syria, so I'm very familiar with it.
So Hadia,
It has a connection.
He has a connection with Twix, yeah? So remember, many of you, maybe you used it because it's familiar to you, because you have an experience with it. Would you ever take a candy that you have not tasted before?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, some of you did. And that's wonderful, because maybe you are losing on some of the delicious flavors and the beauty of others that you exclude. If somebody is not at the table, ask why they are not at the table. If they are at the table but they are not familiar, reach out to them. Because this is how we know our neighbors, either they are actual neighbors or actual clients in therapy or whatever it is. But I agree with Hadia, they taught us in Harvard program, we both went to the same program, that maybe the window to talk about trauma is between 6 months and 2 years. This is a trauma story. Before 6 months, people are very busy chasing the green card, trying to learn the language. It's unrealistic goal to get to master the language and find a job and know the American system in 6 months. But this is usually what the resettlement agencies will do for 3 to 8 months most of the time. Then the community organization will take over After 2 years, we noticed the same dynamics that Hadia talked about, which is people now are more comfortable with the system, engaging in public schools. Now the trauma story is coming very ugly in the form of family dynamics usually. There's power inequality with children speaking the language parents are not, children navigating peer pressure and other dynamics, Islamophobia, whatever it is. So yes, after 2 years we see loss of dysfunction. And usually the family will bring that child as a problem patient, and I find out that maybe mom or dad are extremely depressed or anxious, usually fathers. Many of the Syrians and other refugees, fathers are not working, they're staying home. Moms are trying to do everything, super moms. We have them important too. So the statement was, not everything is worth sharing with your children, especially not an ugly trauma story that's taken out of context. So make sure if you want to share a trauma story, it is your own version. So you own that narrative, not a narrative that's dictated on you by your abuser or by the media or whoever it is. So if you want to share a story with your children, that's a story that you co-craft with your own family, a story that will make you very proud of your resilience and how you cope, and a story that gives you empowerment and make you regain your voice. If it's a story that you want to continue the dysfunction, then that story really, your children, they should not really inherit that one.
So I have a comment I recently had. So we're going to talk about the neurobiology of stress tomorrow, and I'll go into the basics, very fundamentals. So to answer Dr. Abbas's questions and what we really talked about, when you are new and there's a new trauma, you're in a survival mode. And at that point, you have your autonomic nervous system going on hyperdrive, and you're trying to survive. When things start to settle down, but the trauma has been recorded in the memory, in your hippocampus, in your memory center. So once things settle down, and at that point there are reminders, whether you're listening to stories, whether you are remembering people, at that point when the amygdala, fear response center, is stimulated, it doesn't know whether it's happening right now, or it was something triggered from a memory, or reminders. And so the response is exactly the same. Catecholamine is thrown into the system, and your heart is racing to experiencing all the trauma. And then sustainedly elevated stress levels are going to lead to cortisol and other chemicals being released, and those are going to leave damage on all the other organ systems. So as you see, like after a couple of years, you're seeing heart disease, you're seeing high blood pressure, you're seeing a lot of other problems that are coming up. So it becomes really, really important to deal with trauma and to help people get through that. And thank you very much for amazing talks. You touched upon your sad thing about your colleagues dying. There are 400 physicians who commit suicide every year in the US, and these were pre-COVID numbers. After that, we're going to see more. So it's a very important topic, and we'll approach that more tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree, I think one of Hadia's slides was, it's not only the event that will matter, it's the experience, what's your interpretation or perception of why that trauma happened to you. It's fundamentally, it's going to affect your own identity, saying, I am a bad person, that's why trauma happened to me, or you can attribute it to something internal or external, but it's also the social support that you have after the trauma. I really worry about the Afghan community that's coming to the United States. There is lots of resistance from the local Afghans. They see them sometimes as, oh, these are people who work with the American government, maybe they are spies. So that's a dynamic that we need to be very careful with. This newcomers might face more isolation than previous ones. So remember, there's a honeymoon period that we celebrate all the refugees. The Afghani community might not have that honeymoon.
So, I have a question. So, from your perspective, do you think being a refugee helps you better deal with trauma of refugees? Or is it the other way around? Is there any research that says one way or the other?
So just for the record, I was never granted the refugee status. So I went to the United Kingdom through taking a boat across the Mediterranean Sea, actual boat. So very interesting experience. But then the judge, the immigration judge, he said, your story is credible, but I don't see any evidence of scars on your body. I said, you honor me to see the scars on my soul, on my mind. So he said, I'm sorry, but your case is dismissed. Was about to be deported back to Libya, but then God intervened. I met my wife, who's Libyan, but she has been in Colorado all her life. So I came to the United States as a fiancé. So I was never had the honor of being a refugee. I was an asylum seeker. But we found out that people might empathize more with the refugee cause if they have went through similar experience. But make sure that you take care of your wounds, because listening to stories similar to yours might open your old wounds. So make sure that you do lots of self-care.
For me, sometimes I think that maybe not facing war firsthand has helped me to be able to work with people. I don't know about the research, but that's my personal experience. That I didn't see it firsthand. It was all told to me. So this is, maybe I tried to tell myself this story so I can keep going, because it hurt me so much that I wasn't part of that movement and on the street.
So, do you guys have any strategies to work with refugees in acute setting, just to triage them for traumatic, just their transition coming from overseas here? I recently just did an operation over in Philadelphia with new refugees that came from Afghanistan, and we had the 7 days I was there, we did almost 12,000 refugees that came through our clinic that we set up in an airport. Some of these refugees' families, they've been traveling for 14, 15 days. They had not slept in a bed. They were so traumatized, like just speaking to them. They were exhausted physically, mentally. Some of them looked like zombies, I kid you not. And they're just so fragile. And we as a medical team, I was in a medical needs staff, we would triage them for anything acutely or maybe something that needs to go to the hospital right away. But because they haven't settled yet, because we just came through the entrance to the U.S., they still have to go to a refugee camp. I don't know, months before they get settled in the U.S. What do you do during that time? Like, what can we do to patients and to them? Because to me, even though they don't have anything organically wrong with them, some of them did. Kids with diarrhea, headache, all that, muscle malnourishment, all that. But what do you do for them? We had more than 12,000 just in 7 days, and we still expecting more. They said there'll be 50,000 that come to the U.S. out of the 124,000 that left Kabul. So, what can we do for a big population like this? Or do you have any strategy that can be, applied?
So thank you for your work. You do impressive work too. I have been working on the Afghani cause through few organizations, both in Afghanistan and here, like Women for Women International, IRC, and other organizations that are trying to culturally modify psychological first aid. So PFA has been something that's highly acceptable in the field, exactly like what we do right now with the mental health first aid has been widely accepted, and there is some movement towards making that culturally adaptable to the Muslim and the culture and the Muslim faith. But anyway, there are also other approaches that are community-based. I think many refugees, they lean on their family, on their psychosocial aspects before they come to professionals. So I'm okay with that because I humbled myself. I didn't say I graduated from Harvard, I'm a psychiatrist, they have to come to me. I said I have to go to them and I should accept that they need to work with the imams. And I'm very lucky. In Portland we have very progressive imams that give me access to the community so I can give the Friday speech, usually about domestic violence, about improving your marriage, family dynamics, talking about suicide. These are very common themes that we talk about back in Oregon. But also community activities, like women and children activity, play and art therapy. What we do, we take them on retreats and camps and try to educate them through fun ways, making sure their basic needs are met. Dancing with a trauma story, I'm not going to touch it unless they bring it into the room, and then I try my best to be very delicate and trying to address their wounds without reopening them. So I think psychological first aid right now and psychosocial interventions that involve the community.
for you because you're a psychiatrist. Is there any difference in the treatment and approach of treating the trauma effect, PTSD, in acute phase, and later on, 2 or 3 years later, when it comes back again from the memory, not from the real thing? Is the treatment different or the same?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I know like Dr. Sameera Ahmed, who happened to be a Palestinian psychiatrist, she talks about ongoing, traumatic stress disorder. She says that for Palestinians, it's not post-traumatic because the trauma is still going on. So any protracted conflict like Syria or Libya or Yemen or the Rohingya refugees or the Afghanis, their PTSD is very different. So I cannot apply the DSM-5 criterion. Like I think Dr. Abbas said, maybe we need to have our own DSM and create our own guidelines. But the treatment approach, I would say, is really focusing on their immediate needs in the here and now. And every time they want to reach their or approach their trauma story, make sure that you are aware of the context, you're aware of your own psychological and mental readiness to hear their trauma story, and then engage with them in the most skillful way. If they are hyperactivated, try to calm them down. If they are hypoactivated, try to activate them, doing maybe some kind of exercise or engaging with them in a therapeutic activity. So there are many ways we can do this. Like one of the resources I will leave you with, I took a 30-hour course with Dr. Sam Heimelstein, the Center for Adolescent Children. It was the most amazing course I ever taken about working with the traumatized youth. It's 30 hours, it's about $600, I think. Was really worth every single penny. And very amazing techniques, hands-on. So if you want something for the children or the community, he has been not only a psychologist, he was also a survivor of childhood trauma, so on, very open about his own experience. But I think these are my thoughts.
Thank you.
Professional counselor who came to the U.S. in 2009 on a Fulbright scholarship to pursue her master's in community counseling at Loyola University. Since then, she's been working with refugees, immigrants, and the underserved from all parts of the globe. She's certified in global refugee trauma from Harvard University. In 2012, Hadia co-founded INSAN, an international nonprofit organization dedicated to providing psychological support to Syrian refugee children and adults in Syria's neighboring countries. She is also a co-founder of Syrian Community Network, a nonprofit organization that focuses on supporting the Syrian refugees in their resettlement in the Chicagoland area. In 2017, Hadia joined the trauma training at the Center for Children Resilience of Lurie Children's Hospital. In 2019, Hadia led the trauma team responding to the Christchurch shooting in New Zealand and supporting survivors and their families. Hadia received her bachelor's degree in psychology and her master's degree in education from Damascus University, Syria, after which she spent 4 years teaching psychology at Arab International University in Damascus. So I'll let her up before she gets with me.
Here, so that's a very good sign, and I'm so honored to be here, and to speak such a challenging task after giants in the field, Dr. Abbas and Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Abbas was talking about Muslim mental health. I felt home when I knew about the Muslim mental health conference. I used to attend it regularly because I just felt like fish out of water. So thank you so much for recommending me to be here too. So the easy part about my part is that a lot of the concepts were already mentioned. So I'm gonna be reinforcing some of them. I'll be telling my own story and highlighting some of the concepts that were already talked about. So, as we just heard, Dr. Abbas mentioned the idea of culture and story, how everyone has a story and how you uniquely we can tell this story. And I guess, you know, for you, whether you're a physician or you're a counselor or an educator, when we interact with the person in front of us as someone who has an interesting story, and we're curious to know about this story, I think that will make a huge difference in the way that we interact with them. So the person comes, regardless to what we know about them, I'm curious to know. It's like when someone, you know, like when you know you're interviewing like a very important figure or like a public figure, like a celebrity, you will be very excited about asking. You will be maybe thinking about what kind of questions I'm going to ask, how am I going to sit with them, how am I going to talk to them, because you know what they carry and who they are, and that they are celebrities. So imagine if we're able to think about every single person as someone who's very unique and who will tell us an extraordinary story. I guess this will make a huge difference. So thinking when you meet the person next to you, like you're working with, of like what is the most powerful source of their strength, and that you can see that while they're talking to you, and that also can inform your questions. I like to always add this slide to remind myself and remind people around me that it's a miracle that everyone since the times of Adam, like we have very unique fingerprints and no one else has them. I like to think about what we can contribute to this world, and our personalities and talents and abilities are the same way. So if we don't do our role, that means if we die and we don't do what we're supposed to do, then the world will miss out. So when we think that, how sometimes people, especially we're going to talk about refugees, it's a huge problem. And when we think about how many refugees we have in the world, I mean, last time I read we're like 80 million. So you just feel like it's a very fact of like everybody asking me like, where would we start from? But when we think about, okay, there's something that I can do that no one else can do, then I ask myself, what is it, and how can I do it? So I come from far away, thousands of miles from Syria in the Middle East. A closer look here, we had, when I left Syria, we did have refugees from Iraq and from Lebanon after the 2006 war, and from Palestine since the 40s and the 60s. If you ask them, I mean, I know it's kind of difficult for me to say that because I'm Syrian, but I've heard many Iraqis and Palestinians who tell me we love Syria, and it's a very beautiful place, and we really had the best time of our lives. We really felt comfortable with the people. I'll tell you why I'm saying this in a second. So this is Syria, like very long history. I'm from Damascus, the oldest capital of the world. And here I am, here I was a teacher, these were my students. That's in 2009, right before I left to the US. Now if you look at this picture, every single one of them lives in a different country. I came to Loyola in 2009, and this was my very best friend, Sydney. She actually adopted me, and when we talk about, moving, I came really feeling very comfortable with myself. I'm very proud to be like, I'm Syrian, and I had a very good life, and coming on this scholarship, and the plan was to go back to the same private university and to establish a counseling center, because back then we have people who were like psychiatrists, we didn't have like counselors in schools or universities. It's different now, but it was something like, wow, I'm going to establish this counseling center. Students used to come to me to ask me about their problems because I taught psychology, but we didn't have that position. Yeah. So I was very, very, I would say confident of myself. I came here and I went to this program where like 34 students. I would come to class and I say hello or good morning. It's a kind of a, you don't come and sit without saying anything, like hello, no one would respond. And I know about myself that I'm a social person, and I started to doubt myself. Like, I really didn't know. I have been to Chicago many times. I have family members, so it wasn't the first time. I speak the language, and still, it was really difficult, as we heard about throughout the day, the belonging piece, or like making friends, or like, who am I? Now, what helped me is that I know I'm there only for 2 years. I don't care, I'm going back home, I'm going back to Damascus, everybody knows me. That was really troubling the first 6 months. When I reached out to one of the professors, unfortunately, and I told her, I'm just surprised why people are not talking to me. Guess what she said? She said, because they don't want to offend you. And I was like, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Doesn't want to offend me? Like, what does that mean? So I was the only international student that year, and another professor said, I'm really sorry, but you are the very first international student that I'm teaching, and you can see she's nervous. And I was like, okay, nice to meet you. Like, I don't know what to say. But I mean, now the program is like getting better. Like, one of the other things that really affected me, just speaking of culture, when we were having this multicultural counseling class, and we had a game in which the professor asked us to sit where we think where we belong, or, for me, I was the only one who just like started and just stood there in that circle, and then Cindy came and stood next to me. I was shocked. And that was the time, Obama was like the president, and I, coming from the Middle East, I was like, yeah, like that means there's a lot of like change, and I was so optimistic. That was shocking to me. Nobody said anything. And she looked at me and she said, yeah, but she pointed to her skin and she said, this matters. I mean, for me, like, I was really kind of, nobody said anything that in the game. So I'm just giving you like a background of being here and what what the program offered. I mean, I learned a lot of good things. I don't want to say that, the program at Loyola wasn't good, but that was a fact of like the things that I went through and how I really didn't learn much about how to deal with people from different backgrounds. Imagine we're in the same circles and she's born and raised and her, grandparents were here and I'm coming from Syria 6 months ago only. I graduated in 2009, 2011, ready to go home, only 2 months after the beautiful revolution has started. And I'm saying beautiful, and I hope you remember this when you remember my talk, because it's very important to me and to the Syrian people in general to know that it's not only the destruction, it's not a civil war, it started with a beautiful revolution where people wanted to make change, and after 50 years of dictatorship. How is that important in our work? It's because when we connect when we connect what happens to values that people have, then that helps in healing. If we're gonna say, people say, oh, I'm so sorry, you had the civil war. Well, wait a minute, no. That's important, and you would hear it from people in Chicago, people who had family members who were killed, when they say, yes, we tried to do something. We feel very honored to have those family members who courageously took it to the streets where they knew that they were snipers all around were killing them. I mean, later it became not bombing from the sky. It became a proxy war. It's a different story. I understand. But how it started is very important. So people would tell me, we're so happy. Oh, you're from Syria. We're so happy you're here. You're safe. And for me, I had to kind of just swallow it and say, yeah, alhamdulillah, thank God, I'm here. But I couldn't really express to them that I had a lot of feelings of guilt, unbelievable guilt of being in Chicago, because we always talk about change, and for me, I just felt I'm missing out. And I didn't know how to communicate that to people, so I felt very lonely with my feelings. That at this very critical moment in history, where people, and I know how dangerous the Syrian regime is, when they're saying no and they're very brave, I am punished away in Chicago. That was very, very hard. So again, I hope, I'm only one person to you, but I hope that you can kind of think of what I'm telling you as, it's really complicated how a human being would feel and think and what would affect them. It's not only yeah, you're lucky, you were here and this happened, so you're safe. So it was a lot of guilt, a lot of thinking, shall I go back, shall I not? Then, since I came through the State Department, they told us here, you have to stay, we will extend your stay, so find anything and stay. And I happened, so after, this is after a year, this is how in the suburbs of Damascus, only 15 minutes away from my home. Like I live in the center of Damascus. This is only 15 minutes away. This is how my country looks like right now. Not all of it, no? Yeah. Not all of it, but, and all like, kind of like in the suburbs of Damascus. So here I am. This is a place where I didn't really like much. It's called Asian Human Services. I'll tell you why in a second. Asian Human Services, as you see, it's beautifully diverse. I've never seen a place like that. How diverse it is. We had staff who spoke more than 15 languages. We had a lot of, I've never seen a diverse place, whether staff or clients. Now, why I didn't like it? Because it focused on something called case management, and I've never heard that before. They didn't talk about that. Maybe they talk about it at social work, it depends on the program. But at our counseling program, they didn't talk about that. So, you know, I would think that I've always dreamt of, like, you know, what we see in the movies when people are, you know, you sit down and you have a client coming to you, like, and you tell them, you know, what brings you in, right? This is how they teach you to ask. And then they say, oh, I'm depressed, help me, you know, I have this problem, I have this and that. That rarely happened to me in those like 12 years that I've been here. So I couldn't, so for me, I was like, I want to do that. But what happened is that my supervisor kept saying, no, you know, like, you know, you have to meet them where they are. What do they want? So this place had a lot of refugees, as you could see, like Cambodians, Vietnamese, Bosnians, Chinese. We had people who were not refugees as well, but mostly refugees. I worked there because they were Iraqi refugees, so my supervisor thought it's a great idea because I'm going to be speaking to them in Arabic, and it's different when you're talking. You know, you can't tell an Arab person, like, you know, what brings you in, like, and you have to change it. So that was the point of kind of like practicing that. So for me, again, we don't have refugees in Syria. We didn't call them refugees, whether like the Palestinians or the Iraqis. So in my head, I was like, I'm wasting my time. I want to go back to that university for that counseling center. Why am I working with refugees? That's why I said I didn't like that place. And my supervisor also was not very supportive. And she would only talk about productivity, you know, go do home visits so we can build more. And I was like, seriously. But also with home visits, it will come later. It was actually one of the greatest things that I learned and that connected me to clients. Okay, so I'm gonna skip through some slides, and we already talked about them. You heard about them. Yeah, I think just a layer of, like, you know, when people have confidentiality issue and trust issues like with refugees, is of course another layer of, like, you know, why do you want to talk to me? What is this idea of case manager? Like, we don't have that, like, in other countries. Like, why do you want to ask me all of those questions? So also the roles of, like, even if the person is helping, you need to explain to them why you're doing what they're doing. And as I said, I didn't like to do like this case manager work, but actually now when I look at it, I just feel like this is the best thing that I learned. Because I had to stay in that place, Asian Human Services, for 4 years because it became my comfort zone. I was so worried about family members. Some of them were detained. And then my family came here, so it was the only place that I knew exactly what to do. So I stayed for 4 years, and I think it was the best thing that happened to me ever. Because it taught me, like, I was with, like, as if like the whole part of the world with all those people from different backgrounds. So when Syrian refugees came in 2014, I was experienced to some extent. I mean, I was comfortable. I learned a lot of things that I applied to working with them. Okay, so usually we talk about stigma of mental health. Here we have another layer of being a refugee, and so you're talking about both. You need to kind of sell this idea that, you know, mental health is challenging enough, and then you have the idea of refugees that they are, sorry to say that, but like normal people. It's not like, not because they went through what they went through that makes them different. So yeah, that's the same idea of like meeting refugees as they are. Okay, home visits. I want to emphasize this. If you're able to do, I know we're in COVID times, but like whatever makes the person or whatever, of course I understand it depends on where you work, but this same thing that I didn't like going to people's homes and feeling you don't know what to expect, you know, and it's kind of, you have to have someone else with you, and my supervisor sent me alone, so that was another issue. But it's about like, you know, really kind of having this relationship, like this comfort when people, when you go to their homes, you break a lot of, you make connections and bridges, and you break the ice very, very quickly. And now there's like a lot of research about this actually, how important it is. Now with a group, I'm with a group of like other therapists who work with refugees, and they're talking about how that's super important to go to their homes. And I just want to mention something about New Zealand, my trip to New Zealand after the shooting. I went there and I thought we had the whole program of what to do, you know, like we need to talk about trauma and the symptoms. We're going to meet people at the mosque, and then we're going to meet them at the school for the youth, and then we're going to meet people who had to bury and wash the martyrs. So we had everything like very, very organized.
Thank you all very much. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of our speakers today. I think this was just a fantastic day. I want to just encourage all of you, please, for a variety of reasons, besides the CME, it's also, this is our first event of this type, and we want to be able to have feedback and be able to go to our funders and encourage them to allow us to do this again, hopefully. So you have 4 QR codes that you should have filled out today. So thank you all so much for coming and spending your Saturday with us. We hope you will be with us tomorrow. We have an amazing day tomorrow as well. And enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.